Good afternoon, everyone. We'll call the meeting to order. Let's start with a sound check for those of you joining online. Can everyone who's a member of the commission joining remotely just confirm that you can hear me, please? I just need one person to say yes. All right, perfect.
Yes. Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
We got you loud and clear.
Thank you. All right, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the September 17th, 2024 meeting of Regina Planning Commission. We acknowledge this afternoon that we are on the traditional lands of the Treaty 4 territory, a treaty signed with 35 First Nations across southern Saskatchewan and parts of Alberta and Manitoba, and the original lands of the Cree, the Saulteaux, Dakota, Nakota, Lakota, and the homeland of the Métis Nation. The City of Regina owes its strength and vibrancy to these lands and the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory, as well as settlers from around the world. As you know, some members of Commission and City Administration may be attending the meeting today through video conferencing, and just as a reminder to turn your cameras and microphones off until such time that you've been acknowledged and are prepared to speak. And for members of the public, the reports from today's meeting will be considered by City Council at its meeting scheduled for September 25th, and the deadline to register as a delegation for that meeting is 12 p.m. on Monday, September 23rd, 2024. I'm going to need a motion for approval of the agenda at the call of the chair with the following adjustments. The withdrawal of 2 delegations, Margarita and Harry, as well as Carrie Cardinal, and the addition of communication RPC 24-27. Can I get a motion? Yes, and the communication from Tom Eisted. All right, thank you. Thanks, Christopher. Any opposed? Seeing none, motion carries. I'll need a motion to move the minutes from the RPC meeting of August 13th, 2024. Maynard. Any errors or omissions? Seeing and hearing none. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. So we're going to go through the docket as it's listed, and we're going to begin with delegation RPC 24-23, which is the bylaw amendment to 3913 Hillsdale Street. So I would ask that Danny Jones and Nicole Bourgeois, if you could, just come to the front. I'm going to turn a couple of microphones on for you. And when you're seated, I would just ask that you state your name for the record, and you have 5 minutes. Whenever you're ready, go ahead.
I'm Nicole Bourgeois.
And I'm Danny Jones. We both serve on the board of MSR Schools of Regina.
Mm-hmm. Wonderful. So I'm the board chair at the Montessori School of Regina. We are a Montessori-based pre-primary and qualified independent school. We've been a part of the Regina community since 1971, over 50 years now. And we currently have 4 locations in Regina. Our Mayfield School, it's in the Wilfred Hunt School. It's a pre-primary location. We have our Pasqua pre-primary, our Hillsdale, which is currently pre-primary, and that opened on Monday to 30 new enrollees, and our McTavish Elementary location. So our current elementary location is a leased space that is space shared with the Beth Jacob Synagogue. And so for our future facilities planning and to allow for flexibility in our operations, we're seeking rezoning approval for our Hillsdale location. So we've actively engaged with the Hillsdale community. You may see that they offered us a lovely letter of support. We've also have a number of letters of support from some of our current and former families. Dan.
Sure. So the one question that came back from the city planner was why ask for discretionary use and then go immediately to an institutional zone for a rezone application? So it really comes down to the timeline we had in our hands. There was a bid process on the church, the former Wesley United Church on Hillsdale, that we knew that would be the perfect location for us, but due to time constraints, we knew that the discretionary use was much quicker of a process than a rezone application. So the main goal was to make sure that we had the discretionary use for the 90 licensed spaces through the ministry, which we were provided. So we made sure we had that piece at first. So the main question that came back from the Planning Commission at the time, through the admin, was why are you asking for a rezone too? So the ideal situation we have at the Hillsdale location is to have a joint use elementary school for our primary program between grades 1 and 8, and have the joint daycare on site as well. So we just wanted to make sure that we were sitting in front of the Planning Commission today to make sure that question was answered prior to it going to council meeting next week.
Perfect, thank you. All right, I'll turn it over to Commission. Are there any questions for the delegation? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much. You may return to the gallery, but please stick around for the debate.
Thank you.
Okay, then I'd ask administration to introduce the report. I have Zoe Drimmy here, who I see is listed as the introducer. Go ahead, Zoe.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of Planning Commission. The Montessori School of Regina Incorporated, the applicant and owner, proposes to rezone 3913 Hillsdale Street from R1 Residential Detached Zone to I Institutional Zone. The subject property is currently used as a daycare, which was previously approved by the development officer through the delegated authority. The Montessori School wants to expand their operations to include a school and a daycare, which requires the rezoning. The proposed rezoning to institutional is deemed appropriate as it allows for land uses that are complementary with the Hillsdale Neighborhood Land Use Plan. The proposed rezoning conforms with the objectives of the official community plan Part A, as well as the standards and requirements of the zoning bylaw. Therefore, our recommendation is for approval. Thank you, and administration is available to answer any questions you may have.
Great, thank you. Any questions from Commission? Okay, seeing none? None online? Call the vote. Who'd like to move it? Councillor Nelson. Okay, let's call the vote.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Councillor Nelson.
Yes. Sorry, caught me off guard.
Commissioner Adams.
Yay.
Commissioner Gaisier.
In favor.
Commissioner Sontag.
In favor.
Commissioner Aston.
In favor?
Commissioner Hopkins.
In favor.
Commissioner Wilson.
In favor.
Councillor Findura.
In favor.
And Mr. Chair.
In favor.
The motion carries 9-0.
Thank you. Next item on the list is RPC 24-24 Housing Accelerator Fund Expansion Citywide Housing Options Phase 2, Part 2. We have a number of delegations. We'll start with the list here. I'd ask Karen House, please, if you could. I'll turn one of the mics on. Same rule, just state your name for the record, and you have 5 minutes, please.
My name is Karen House. Good afternoon, members of the City Planning Commission. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. As a resident of the El Ritchie community, I want to share a message with you to consider as you begin approving new development in alignment with the Housing Accelerator Fund. Fundamentally, we have the same goal in mind, to foster a safe, vibrant, diverse, and accessible community that improves upon the quality of life of current and future residents. Please know that I support housing growth in my neighborhood and throughout the city, but it must be done in a responsible and considered way. I ask that you give attention to the following 5 areas in your planning processes. The first, limit strains and overuse of our infrastructure. Unfortunately, within Regina's more established communities, sewer systems and aging water lines are already strained and will be challenged by a drastic increase in population. You cannot deny that past planning has left Regina heavily car dependent, a difficult challenge to rectify. I understand that parking allocation is not a requirement as part of the Housing Accelerator Fund, but please know that parking is a fundamental concern of citizens. As the population grows, so too must our capacity to support it. These and other infrastructure issues must be rectified before enhancement development can take place. Secondly, considered and responsible housing growth. There are many properties in my neighborhood that have reached the end of their life cycle, either through fire damage, age, or neglect. These spaces should be the priority for future demolition and development, as they are ever a growing safety and policing issue. Multi-unit properties and double lots or corner lots are a few logical uses of land, which minimize the impact on properties around build sites and provide more sidewalk and land space for parking allocations. Affordable bungalows with basement income suites are an excellent way to increase housing while also maintaining affordability for citizens. Bungalows are also a practical use for those with mobility concerns or disability, as opposed to two-story infills. Multi-generational homes should also be prioritized in support of inclusive and building welcoming communities. There are many cultures where having multi-generational homes is a standard, and this is becoming more common in Canadian culture as adult children are caring for their parents in-home in effort to reduce cost and due to strains on other systems. Next, affordability. I choose to live in the Al Ritchie community as the cost of my home doesn't make me feel house poor. Adding more housing doesn't guarantee it will be affordable to citizens. Rentals are set up to maximize profit for the owner, which does little to support the community. What we need are home values and rental caps that align with existing values in our neighborhood. Building $500,000 plus homes in an area where average home value is half that amount not only contributes to gentrification, but it risks displacing current residents. Fourth, walkability and accessibility. The city has expressed a desire to increase walkability through this process, which is incredible to hear as somebody who walks daily. What makes a community walkable, though, for both able-bodied individuals and those that use mobility aids is frankly not currently available in the Al Ritchie community. There are numerous sidewalks in my area that are deteriorating, cracked, uneven, or filled with gravel. We need more lit pedestrian crosswalks on major routes. We need pathways that are clear from snow, ice, and debris, and that have mature trees that provide shade for protection from the elements. We need street corners that are clear from obstructions, and we need the bylaws to be enforced to maintain these key safety points. Walkability means that we have a destination to easily get to, which brings me to my final point. Community amenities. A vibrant community is about more than just housing. It's about easy access to essential services. Currently, the Al Ritchie area has few or no amenities, such as grocery stores, doctors' offices, gyms, or social gathering spaces. There are also limited green spaces, parks, and community gardens within our boundaries. As you plan to reduce yard allocations, providing access to recreational and parks spaces is integral for our physical, emotional, mental, and social health. In closing, I support thoughtful, inclusive growth for Al Ritchie and the city, but we must do it in a way that considers both the current and future needs of our community and respects and retains current community plans. We urge you to involve us, the residents, in these discussions to ensure that together we build a community that is safe, vibrant, diverse, and accessible. Thank you for your time.
Wonderful, thank you. Any questions for the delegation from Commission? All right, seeing none, I'd ask that you return to the gallery and stick around for the debate. Our next delegation is Mike Herperger. Mike, it's the same deal. If you just want to state your name for the record, and you'll have 5 minutes.
My name is Mike Herperger. I'm the principal designer and owner at Robinson Residential Design. We've been serving Regina for 28 years, specializing in residential design and drafting. And today I'm here to provide a designer's perspective on why the removal of neighborhood plans is crucial for the future of development in this city. At this point, we're all familiar with the limitations that these plans impose. Initially designed to preserve the character of older neighborhoods, in practice they've become a roadblock to progress. The challenge now is that they conflict with recent initiatives, especially those related to the Housing Accelerator Fund. Many of my clients were excited to proceed with projects when the HAF changes began rolling out, but the neighborhood plans are stalling or even halting projects entirely. As the first point of contact for homeowners, builders, and investors, I spend considerable time helping them understand what can be built on their property. What I've encountered consistently is a complex layering of regulations, OCP, primary zoning bylaws, infill overlay zones, and then neighborhood plans themselves. This overlap leads to confusion, delays, and quite often frustration. Even for someone with 20 years of experience, mapping out these restrictions is difficult. And worse, the intent behind these regulations often seems unclear or outdated. Another major roadblock that I've seen is that modern construction practices have shifted and don't work with the height restrictions in these plans. Today, basements are designed with higher ceilings to make them more usable as living space, not just mechanical spaces. This is a fundamental shift from older designs, and yet due to fixed sewer line depths, raising the basement ceilings means foundations extend higher out of the ground, making buildings taller. Existing regulations don't account for this, leading to design conflicts. We are now using trusses for floor framing, which often offer better structural stability and allow mechanical systems like ductwork and plumbing to run through the floor. However, trusses are deeper than traditional framing, again making homes taller. Industry standards today include 9-foot ceilings on the main floor, which align with market expectations for modern living in a new home. These are not luxury features but standards, and yet the neighborhood plans again restrict them through their height. The result, I'm frequently forced to design homes that are compromised in both appearance and functionality, making them more expensive to build while offering less value to homeowners. In many cases, I have to tell clients their projects simply cannot proceed under current restrictions. What we risk here is stifling investment in these neighborhoods. If new construction and renovation are overly restricted, property owners, developers, and investors will look elsewhere. This isn't just a missed opportunity for revitalizing older areas, it also undermines our ability to meet the city's housing goals, especially under the HAF. To sum up, neighborhood plans no longer serve their original purpose. Instead of preserving neighborhood character, they prevent thoughtful modern development. I know of multiple projects that will not move forward unless these plans are removed, and I expect this trend to continue if we don't address the issue now. By removing these plans, we will allow our neighborhoods to evolve, attracting investment and encouraging the kind of development that meets today's needs. In doing so, we'll also be better positioned to hit the housing targets of the HAF.
Perfect, thank you. I have a couple questions from Commission. Jordan, go ahead.
Thank you for your presentation. I'm wondering if you can offer a few examples of some of the projects that have been delayed or restricted because of existing regulation, plan, or policy, et cetera, that might give us sort of an understanding. You did mention some of the aspects of housing design that's changing, and I appreciated that, but is there like types of projects that you can show us that might have been built that weren't as a result?
Yeah, what often comes down is the property size. We get a property that warrants a 2-story because a bungalow would cover too much of the lot, not giving outdoor spaces. And when we look to a 2-story design, the infill overlay zones set height restrictions for the main floor being out of ground, as well as a building height restriction, and the neighborhood plans further restrict the building height. So when looking at doing a 2-story design, that basement ceiling being taller with a sewer invert that limits where the basement starts, pushes the house higher out of the ground. And then with the floor trusses, we look at we could go back to dimensional lumber for framing, but it just isn't seen to stand the test of time. It doesn't allow for ducting and mechanical to run through it, so that again raises up our height. So what I run into is either I can't make a 2-story work and I have to tell them we have to do a bungalow, or I look for considerations like under normal ceiling heights, older framing practices, sometimes not in neighborhood plans, but in the infill overlay zone designs that I could make the house look better, and I could make it actually have more character, but I can't increase the roof pitch, which would be characteristic of a character home because it pushes me over the building height.
Right. Through the chair. So thank you. So are you mostly talking about single detached dwellings or normal houses, or are you talking about duplexes, or what kind of project is it there? What will you end up with?
Yeah, it has been single family primarily before the HAF initiatives, and now it's developers coming to me with wanting to put 4 units on a property. And when you're putting 4 units on a property, you can't stick to a bungalow. We need to look at a 2-story to feasibly fit, and understandably a 25-foot wide lot shouldn't have a 4-unit building on it, even though I might be able to find a way to do it. But given the appropriate building size, in order to put 4 usable dwelling units that don't maximize site coverage, we have to go 2 stories. And the 7.5 or 6.5 meter height restrictions, there's just no way to do it.
Okay, that's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Nelson, go ahead, please.
Hi. Just to be clear, I'm Ward 7, so I have nothing to do with this, and I will tell you that Ward 7 doesn't get asked for their opinion when things are built in our ward. So I'm going to be standing up for these people. We talk about making it whole neighborhoods. You talk about how the older homes are changing the neighborhoods. You can't do this. What kind of credit do you give to the people that have been there for 60 years, knowing that it is an older home and it is an older neighborhood and it is a single family dwelling? Builders coming in and saying we want to put 4 units there. Do you understand where people that have been there and paying taxes for 50, 60, 70 years might get a little disgruntled? What do you as a builder offer to the people that you're coming in to profit off of making 4 units? What do you give to them to benefit them, through the chair?
The biggest thing I would say is just consistency. So what we currently deal with is we've got an OCP in the HAF fund that is saying we want to increase new housing starts because there's money coming into the city that can be used to help development. And I don't pretend to understand all the facets of things, but when new development comes into a neighborhood, that can help to increase property value, increase investment into that property in terms of upgrading of infrastructure, amenities, and I think, you know, it would be a great opportunity to see how the increase in housing in a neighborhood could help foster that.
So right now, the residents living in this area have absolutely no proof as to the value of their homes going up, and nor are you offering them any proof, through the chair?
Proof that their house value will go up?
Mm-hmm.
No.
Okay. Infrastructure, we talk about that. People are upset about that. Are you offering any type of money put into the infrastructure of the pipes and so on and so forth in this area, through the chair?
I'm only speaking from a design perspective.
Okay.
So in terms of city infrastructure and builders upgrading the existing infrastructure there, yes, if the infrastructure going to the house is not up to standards, they would be replacing that. But I would say that that's the city infrastructure thing for building an infrastructure system that supports the housing that's there and the housing growth that's going into that neighborhood.
Right, and that's, we're going to come back to that because that's the city's responsibility, even though the developers are the ones that are going to be profiting from the 4 units on that lot that was 1 unit. Correct. You know, I'm just going to leave it there. Thank you very much for those answers.
Thank you. I see no further questions from commission. Just ask that you go back to the gallery and please stick around for the debate. Next up is Andrew Mann. Fellow Andrew, if you could, just introduce yourself for the record, what organization you represent, and you have 5 minutes.
It's on?
You ready to go? Yeah.
My name is Andrew Mann. I'm the general manager at Allaire Homes here in Regina. Thanks, Commission, for hearing me today. I want to start by expressing my appreciation for a lot of the initiatives that the city has moved forward relating to housing accelerating and affordability. You know, in doing that, you certainly open the door to an awful lot more, you know, housing that helps us all for sure. As a builder, we do focus on infill projects from single family to multifamily units. All the changes that I mentioned, do create new opportunities. However, in some desired locations, restrictions make it next to impossible for us and our potential clients to invest in some of the specific neighborhoods. In most established neighborhoods, there are often vacant lots or homes that are in such a state of disrepair that it is cost prohibitive, and a new building does become the most viable option. In some of the neighborhoods, excessive height restrictions and massing restrictions don't often align with, like Mike said, the modern building practices, and those added costs do mitigate our potential design and construction. Often we cannot build or invest in the renewal of those neighborhoods and aren't able to replace those vacant lots or dilapidated homes. Current height and massing restrictions with these existing neighborhoods severely limit the types of homes that can be developed. We have found these restrictions have not only added costs to the potential homes to be construction, but they've also eliminated important features that would enhance the home's appearance. I can say we currently do have 5 potential projects, all of them having one or more of these community restrictions in place. These restrictions are preventing us from moving forward with these clients in their most desired neighborhoods in the city of Regina, and more than 2 of them have actually already started looking outside of the city as their closest second option. We're concerned that the other leads in these communities are now coming to the same conclusion, and we're working with our design teams to see what we can accomplish with these excessive height restrictions. To see what kind of workaround we can have. Removing these restrictions can encourage the development of a broader range of housing options that would cater to various demographics, including young families, seniors, single professionals, and more inclusive and vibrant communities. One of the biggest hurdles for investing in an infill project is how to navigate the complexity and often overlapping restrictions that I've mentioned. Our customers are seldom, they very rarely understand these. Our realtors and our designers often struggle to stay on top of what's required, and even city staff that we often talk to, have to come back to us later, and sometimes those conversations hurt us. Having citywide regulations provide builders like us the certainty and confidence to move projects forward, knowing we will not get hung out on the current complexity and rigidness of the neighborhood plans. I urge City Council to remove the neighborhood plans in their entirety and move forward with citywide regulations that treat everyone more equitable.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions from Commission? Go ahead, Christopher.
Yes, thank you, through the chair. Thank you for your presentation. Just if I may, just a couple points of clarification. Using your own words, when you describe most desirable neighborhoods, would you be prepared to say, what neighborhoods specifically you're finding these restrictions are most problematic?
Yeah. So the 5 that I spoke about, we've seen an increased interest in the Arnheim, El Ritchie area, close to the park. We do have a number of lots there that we've been working on. A couple would be larger lots that would for sure be looking at a 2-story home. We have another 50-foot lot that would be more probably preferable to be split into 2, and it's possible to do so. Obviously, when you're now looking at 25-foot lots, like Mike said previously, we're going up. We can't go sideways. And so we are dealing with the restrictions on the height in those areas. I think we're seeing a good increase of interest in that area because it is kind of that next frontier from some of the other areas that have already had the infill development. yeah, its proximity to the park, all those things.
If I may, and this would probably apply to a lot of the people that come today, but you said, our customers. Could you just talk a bit about who your clients are? Are they typically people that are trying to move to Regina, or are they people that are already here and looking to build, or are they developers themselves that want to, better utilize land? Who are your clients, per se?
Good question. I think a mix of all of what you just described. We do have an awful lot of people coming home, coming back to Saskatchewan, that are looking to set up their roots. Often, often home builders like us, we have generational relationships, so we've built them one house and now they're moving to their forever home, to say. And I think there's an awful lot of interest in people that are in the surrounding areas of our greenfield developments that find that interest in moving into further into the cities.
Would it be fair to say that your interests are largely that each neighborhood have all the same rules? Like, is there any value in different rules for different neighborhoods, or should it be one set of rules for every neighborhood, no matter where you are?
I prefer it being steady across the board, for sure. We don't, at least our business, we're not going and buying a big land bank of properties. We are more of a boutique builder that have someone come to us and we either help them or we're building on land that they own. So having someone come to us and say, hey, I have this property, let's build, and then we need to figure out what we can build on it is an awful lot more, harder than I've got this property and, this is the footprint that we have and we can build it. Yeah.
Well, thank you. I appreciate your honesty. It's good of you.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions from commission, I'd ask that you return to the gallery, please. Our next delegation is Stu Niebergall. Stu, come on up. If you could, just state your name and what organization you represent for the record.
Great. Hello, I'm Stu Niebergall, the President and CEO of the Regina and Region Home Builders Association. Our association applauds the City of Regina and City Council for implementing several housing initiatives that were designed to increase housing supply. This includes enabling high-density development with the city center, enabling mid-rise development along urban corridors and main transit routes, enabling missing middle housing in central neighborhoods, and enabling greater housing diversity in established neighborhoods. We share one last major regulatory hurdle to deliver on the city's work to expand housing options and meet the intent of the Housing Accelerator Fund initiatives. And that hurdle, as you've been hearing, is neighborhood plans. When we ask our industry about their experience navigating neighborhood plans, this is what they tell us. They create rigid bureaucratic processes and inflexible regulations that limit residential development. They enable political influences and power struggles that have skewed priorities and lead to decisions that benefit a few rather than the broader community, limiting residential development. They empower resistance to change amongst residents and NIMBYism that limits residential development. They create fragmented policies that lack coherence and coordination across the city, limiting residential development. They create unequal resource distribution, favoring certain neighborhoods over others, and deter from solving citywide challenges like transportation networks or economic development. With the recent amendments to the zoning bylaw that allow for 4 units on a residential lot as a permitted use and increased height restrictions and greater flexibility around parking, the gap and contradictions between the zoning amendments and the neighborhood plans has only increased and been exacerbated. Our association supports the removal of neighborhood plans in the entirety. The action, when mixed with other housing enabling policies City Council has passed over the past year, is how you build a livable organic community and achieve the HAF targets. I urge the Planning Commission to move this forward to City Council to eliminate neighborhood plans and move forward with citywide regulations that treats everybody more equitably. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from commission? Councillor Nelson, go ahead.
Thank you. Nice to, no, like I said, I live in Ward 7. This doesn't really affect my people at all. I've been hearing a lot from Ward 1, Ward 2, Ward 3, that they bought a house in a single-family dwelling area for their children, for their yard, so on and so forth, and now they're saying, we're going to move out to White City. Have you been hearing that from home builders through the chair?
Yeah, we are seeing a lot of our builders building outside of the Regina market now, and that's for a variety of reasons. But certainly, as the stories you've heard today, that would be a factor. And, the previous delegate actually spoke about, 2 specific examples of that, and potentially 5. So those would be examples of homes, taxes, citizens, that will work and live, will work in Regina, but, their finances and, their expenditures will happen outside of the city as opposed within the city limits.
Exactly. And financially, for a home builder or for a builder to build a single-family dwelling on a lot, stand to either lose or not gain as much money as a 4-unit on the lot, and that's where we're going with that. And I'm correct in that through the chair?
Well, I think once you get into the profitability of each particular builder and their each particular product, I mean, that is going to vary. There's going to be a lot of factors in there. But if you go back to our paper that we wrote back in, January 2021 that we shared with council, it provided a really good example of, how infill development, adds, in the example we used there, which was a 1,300 square foot home, that you've added about $60,000 worth of cost to build that home in an infill environment than you did building on the one of the new neighborhoods on the peripheral of the city, and it's even more so than building outside of the city. So the people who want to build in these desired neighborhoods, they are passionate about wanting to be part of that community, and at the same time, they have their dream and how they see, the type of home that they would like to live in, and so how do we accommodate that? You asked a really good question of the first speaker, about citizens who are in the different communities in these established neighborhoods. Really, what you're asking them is like, what do we say to these people? That it's a difficult, and you've all experienced it, it's a difficult community conversation. But if you just kind of give me an inch here, a quick little story here. I did some calculations. I was born in 1962, and in that year, the world's population was 3.2 billion people, and the population of Regina was 112,000 people. Today, there's over 8 billion people in the world, and Regina's population, according to EDR, is 271,000 people. So the world's population's grown by 2.5 times, and the city's population has grown by 2.4 times since I was born. The neighborhoods that we were most often talking about were built around the years I was born, in the 50s, and in the 60s, a time when infill intensification was not even a concept yet. So it's a bit unrealistic to think that we can add so many people to our city, at the same time, through the OCP, fundamentally change how we think of cities, and then expect that it will not have an impact on your neighborhood that was built in the 1950s and 60s. So, this is why these policies need to move our city forward, and why council, we feel so strongly needs to look at citywide regulations.
Well, I live in an infill and I have a basement suite, so I'm exempt to all of this NIMBYism. I struggle with the fact that the people have been here forever, 50 years paying taxes, and then we want to just come in and not even consult with them. We're just going to...
Question, Tarina.
I'm going to go there.
Okay.
So you as a home builder, you as the executive director, what are you saying to these builders and these people that are coming to you? And I'm sure you're getting them, not just as counselors. What are you saying to them to make this ideal for them? Like, and that's where I was going with the first. Are you adding infrastructure? Are you adding this? Are you doing this? What are you adding to the neighborhood besides just a whole bunch of houses and a whole bunch of more people through the chair?
Yeah, that's exactly what we're adding to our industry's adding to the neighborhood. We're adding more people and we're adding more infrastructure. And we're doing that through your city policies, right? Through your investment. If we go back a few years, there was an intensification levy in there to cover those infrastructure costs. Council removed those things to attract investment into that. Our industry's been doing their part. If you think of the projects that move forward, especially on the multi-unit side, builders, developers, they have to upgrade infrastructure to build capacity. We're in a growth pays for growth way the city does these things is a growth pays for growth policies. And so at the end of the day, our industry is making those particular investments within our community.
But you're not doing that in the neighborhoods that already have the roads and already have the sidewalks and already have the buildings there through the chair.
We had an intensification levy to cover those upgraded costs. Council made a decision that was not attracting enough of the industry to make infill investments, and to build the type of housing and reach the 30% intensification goals. So you decided to eliminate those costs, which we had supported, and find different mechanisms to achieve that. And here behind me, we've got some builders who are prepared to make those investments into those particular neighborhoods, and they're telling you today we can't. And really the concern isn't really even the neighborhood plans. It is the height restrictions and the massing restrictions that are in those plans that don't allow them to make those investments. So at the end of the day, those lots remain vacant. Those dilapidated buildings will remain dilapidated. There won't be investments within those neighborhoods. So that's what our industry is bringing through this infill process to those neighborhoods. We're bringing investment into those neighborhoods that are going to regenerate those old neighborhoods that are often suffering from depopulation. By bringing new citizens and more people into those neighborhoods that make those neighborhoods more vital and vibrant.
We'll just agree to disagree. Thank you.
We may do that, yes.
Yeah. I'm fine.
Okay. Councillor Findura, go ahead, please.
Hey, Stu, how you doing? Quick question. We took quite, a hard debate to look at neighborhood plans. We always talked about how we grow the city starts within a neighborhood plan first, and then you move on. So now the funds come in. What would have happened if city wouldn't have not accepted or rejected the funds? What would the builders then do?
Well, I think that's a really good question, and I think you, as councillors, have gotten that a lot from some of the public about why did you accept these funds. That was your decision to accept those funds, and that was the city's, need to take advantage because people are moving here, right? We need to accommodate growth within our community. The population is going to grow and it's going to continue to grow. You know, we just released a report with our counterparts in Saskatoon and the Real Estate Association, provincial-wide with the election, suggesting that based on the provincial's target of 1.4 million people in the province by 2030, that we need between 60 and 80,000 homes in the province by that particular time. If you kind of think of our building permits, generally, I don't have the exact number, but generally, we've typically taken out about 35% of the building permits in the province in any given year. May go up or down slight ways. That means between now and 2030, we should be preparing to have 20 to 30,000 more homes built to accommodate the people that are going to be coming to our province. At the very same time, previous councils, and supported by this council, has put in an intensification target of 30% within the market, which we're not achieving, right? So we need to accommodate those people who are coming here. So if we're not going to put 90% of them into greenfield growth, and we're going to put 30% of them into intensification, we need rules that are going to allow builders like who spoke and will continue to speak to be able to make those investments in the community. And right now what the industry is saying to me all the time, we've got customers who would like to be investing in these some of these specific neighborhoods, but you know, the height restrictions and the massing restrictions are ensuring we're not going to make those investments. And they make those investments in other places of the city, but it's not where people are choosing to go.
Okay, so Mr. Chair, just one more here. So, in your opinion, why are the neighborhood plans are such a hindrance to build? I mean, when we talked about looking at the LHC, looking at Arnhem, we discussed the height variance. There's been a lot of built out in the 3 stories in that area, quite a bit of that already. So things change. So within the neighborhood plan, instead of eliminating, what can as a builders and the city work within those parameters of what a neighborhood should look like? What the question was asked, or the comment was made, is that.
Yeah, so that's a really good and it's a really fair question. I think if you go back to the, you know, many of the neighborhood plans as illustrated in the report are very old and they're very out of date. So, you know, but if you look at your most recent neighborhood plans, which you've probably gotten, you know, a fair bit of feedback on from the community because they're so new, they would be examples of where there was new height restrictions, you know, put into those particular places. And during that discussion before the HAF, you know, I was here in front of council talking about those very items, and you heard a bit of that today, that the restrictions that were being put in place don't meet modern building standards, they make it more difficult with modern building codes. And if you look at how the city came to determine those particular heights, they averaged out the heights within the existing neighborhood and said, hey, this is the average, this is where we'll set those numbers at. And as you heard today from our previous speaker, how we build a home today is very different than the way that home was built in 1950 or 1960. So what that leaves in some of these places, to simplify what they have said, the only thing you can build is a bungalow. Now, if you've got some sizing in terms of your yard, now you're not going to build a very big bungalow at all. And the reality is the vast majority of consumers in the home buying market want something in a bungalow that's going to be either larger, they're not going to build something that's small, and small isn't necessarily cheaper. There's lots of good studies out there that show as a home gets smaller, your cost per square foot actually goes up. We can have another discussion as to why that is the case, but it's not a desired home within the marketplace, i.e. a 900 square foot bungalow, you know, kind of thing. So people are choosing not to make investments within those neighborhoods, and that's not going to change. We've already seen it since the neighborhood plans have gone in those neighborhoods. you're not seeing anything getting built on any of those vacant lots. They're just have just become stagnant.
Okay. Thank you. I'm good, Mr. Chair.
Christopher, go ahead, please.
Yes, thank you. Appreciate a very informative presentation. Just a couple of clarifications, though. One is I just want to understand your thinking precisely, because I'm new to the commission and to some extent to the Housing Accelerator Fund, but I want to understand what you're actually saying about where people are choosing to invest. And so one thing you said is that you know, investments won't be made in these infill neighborhoods at all unless these restrictions are aborted. Essentially, and I understand the main restrictions being height and the ability to put more units on the same amount of land. So in your estimation then, is it, are people, like you talked eloquently and correctly about the pressure on demographics and more people coming to the city, are people coming with the intention of looking for affordability in those neighborhoods, or is it more an issue of just availability? Because what I'm hearing is that developers want to be released from the restrictions of being able to either build higher or build more. And I'm not sure, like taking a 50-foot lot and putting 4 units on it where there was once one bungalow, to me addresses one side of the equation where it's we've provided more housing and we've provided more options for people, but at the same time I don't understand why, like, is that really what, like the developers that we heard presentations from earlier here today, I think of them as building quite large, quite expensive homes, right? Not you know, duplexes or townhouses or you know, intensified kind of housing, right? So I'm just struggling a little bit with you know, the competing objectives here. Like I understand a bit about what you're saying, but I think of your story about being born in '62 and how things have changed, but I imagine many of these neighborhood plans have been around for decades, right? Would that be fair to say?
Yeah, I think there's again some great questions. I think there's a few, you know, to unpack there.
Yeah.
I think many of the neighborhood plans have been around for a long time, and you know, it's only been a couple of them that have been recently updated in the past few years. I think the thing is, again, the debate isn't really anymore about how many units you can put on that lot.
Yeah.
That decision's actually already been made, right? The zoning bylaw has been changed. If I get this correct, you could ask this question to the administration. You can put 4 units on pretty much any R1 zone there is today, right? The item around the neighborhood plans around the height restrictions, so technically you could put that 4 units in Arnheim Place, for example, today. There'd be no restriction to that. But the heights have the same effect of just keeping it R1.
Limiting it,
anyway,
I get it.
You know, kind of thing. And so the thing is that, you know, it would be unfair to expect the public to completely capture the impact of their neighborhood, you know, and around things related to R1 zoning. But here's the thing about R1 zoning. When it was first created, way back in California in 1916, it's always been about segregation. That's what it's all. And I'm not suggesting anybody in any of these neighborhoods are passionate about their neighborhoods, have any ill will, any biases, etc. But it was always about segregation. And why that is the case is because it restricted people from being able to live in that neighborhood because they couldn't buy a whole home.
Right, couldn't afford it.
You couldn't buy a whole home. So, you know, when you can buy part of a whole home, right, you know, kind of thing, like a fourplex, more neighborhoods become more accessible. So these established neighborhoods that, for example, are around Wascana Park, they're highly desirable. And yes, they're desirable by wealthy people who can afford to put up very many expensive homes. Guess what? they're also very desirable about newcomers to our community. We're actually restricted in many ways to our newest neighborhoods, where we've got over 50 people per hectare in those neighborhoods, while many of our existing neighborhoods have 25.
I
Because
completely
again,
appreciate,
they
yeah.
can't access those neighborhoods. 'Cause
What I
they-
was trying to get at was
Yeah.
your focus on investment, because you represent the Home Builders
Yeah.
Association, which I think is probably your core mandate. It's
Yeah.
about how can we invest in more homes, right? So
Here's
what
the
I'm
most-
trying to say
yeah.
is what's driving investment and who are the investors? Is it immigrants coming to Saskatchewan and Regina that are the investors, or that are coming to the Home Builders Association saying we can't afford, or we can't find housing, there isn't enough housing, so there's too many restrictions on what's available here? Or is it the home builders, the groups you represent, can't effectively build homes in these neighborhoods that are affordable without removing the restrictions? Because the bottom line is people can't afford what was once a single detached home on that lot.
Yeah, again, let me try to answer this question in another way for, our members. Like, buyers, the consumer is what drives our industry, and it's
Yeah.
what drives the investment.
Yeah.
And very simply put, buyers have a choice. They're gonna go where they feel better.
Yeah.
Right? That simply. And so when they go to a builder, when they go to a developer, with an idea of what they want, they're going to give their vision, and the developer builder is going to try to achieve that for them. And if they can't, they'll go somewhere else. And that somewhere else may be a different neighborhood, it may be a different block, it could be out of the city, it could be out of the province or out of the country, right? And so in a city that has always struggled with stickiness, around keeping people here, it would seem intuitive to me, we want to give these newcomers, as best of opportunities to be successful as possible. And that means unlocking all of our neighborhoods, which means citywide regulations.
I understand. So just one last question for you. Do you see any value in a neighborhood plan anymore?
I think, there's been a value. I think there potentially could be values. I mean, I look at the very first delegate. I think she had some really great points, about that these things have to be thoughtful, At the very same time, you don't have time. You don't have, there's some speediness that has to occur here, right? And so again,
So you would tend to define the community as Regina as opposed to a neighborhood?
Yes, yeah, very, very much so. I appreciate that, because that's a good way to articulate it for me.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Yeah.
That's really what I was looking for. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Jordan, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Thanks for the presentation. I learned a lot. I'm curious if you know off the top of your head when the association, the Regina Home Builder Association, was founded, roughly.
Sorry, when it was founded?
When it was founded.
1955.
Okay. So
So our members built most of these homes.
So the communities that we're trying to protect now, they were built by home builders.
Yep.
Were they built for charity when they were built, or were they built for profit when they were built?
They were absolutely built for profit.
Okay. So
Home building has always been built for profit.
profit can be dangerous, but it can also be helpful. And if we like the neighborhoods that we're living in now, most of us are living in profit-driven neighborhoods.
Yep.
Okay. So if I'm poorer relative to someone else, and I want to compete for the same piece of land, what are some of the options that I have to compete for that piece of land with that person? If I have less money than they do, what else can I do to make that land work for me? If I want to live close to downtown. Or
Yeah, I mean, that is the absolute key, to much of the work council has been doing from our observation, is to create that more diversity in our community, which diversity is about equitability, which is accommodating all types, right? People who are wealthy, people who are, more socially, economically, challenged, and, the way you accomplish that is a great tool, has been proven, is to be this density. And again, I think at the core of it all comes back to a point I made earlier, is the item is whether you have to buy a whole house or you can buy a portion of a house to be in that neighborhood. Let's face it, if you buy a duplex, you're going to be able to get into that. Probably not for half, but for, maybe 60% of building that whole home. And if it's a fourplex, and divide, right, kind of thing, because there's just that economy of scale. So how do you compete? You compete by being able to buy a part of a building, a part of a house.
Right.
And if you're a renter, the same thing applies.
Sure, no, I appreciate that. And I guess one of the aspects of this discussion that I struggle with is it seems to me that sometimes the price of the land and the price of the building are sort of in tension with each other, in that my whole life I've been taught to think of the building as the appreciating asset, the commodity, when in fact, I mean, especially if you're not handy, it's a depreciating asset, and it's the land that raises in value until very recently. And now it seems like there's tension to hold the value of the building itself as the thing we're making profit on. It's the retirement package. It's the element that we're investing in. Can you help me to? Is there a way you can shed clarity on?
Yeah, it's a really great point. I mean, if you looked at construction values across Canada, they're going to vary, right? But the difference in the construction cost between here, Toronto, Calgary, Vancouver, Halifax, St. John's, Newfoundland, is marginally different. The difference in the marketplace, for the most part, is all land value, right? That is the commodity that why a home in Regina, a single-family home in Regina may be $600,000, and that same home in Toronto, may be $2.2 million. It is absolutely the land value. So the question that often comes up, or the perspective that always comes up, related to infill development in existing neighborhoods is always, this is going to hurt my property values. And again, I mean, we could show an unbelievable amount of academic support to show that's actually not the case. It's always a perception, but if you understand how real estate really does work, new construction in a neighborhood, for the most part, in just about all situations, raises the value of properties through that whole neighborhood. And it's just the way that real estate gets valuated within the marketplace. So new constructions makes everybody's property values worth more, right?
Right. And I have one last question for you. So typically, and I'm sure there's a million exceptions, but in a typical arrangement, there's a developer, a home builder who buys a parcel, builds these houses, these properties on it. Do they own that house before they sell it to the next owner, the next tenant? Like, is that?
Yeah, that can have a variety of combinations, but typically a builder, more in maybe greenfield, environments will buy a lot, build a home, find a customer, and sell it to them. Certainly is the other option that you probably see more common in infill development, is where the customer has actually bought a lot, and then have gone to a home builder to build that. And so you heard a little bit of speak from one of the other delegates. That is one of the challenge with the neighborhood plans and the overlays, is that they can be complex. And real estate agents, it's no fault of the administration, and is it even really the fault of real estate agents? It's complex and it's confusing, they don't often know all the rules and all the regulations. So you go buy a lot of a dilapidated house, and it's a 50-foot lot, and they say, yeah, you can go build a 2-story home on that. You close the deal, and all of a sudden you find there's a height restriction that you can no longer do that. And so now not only are you going to be punished in that environment because you can't build what you had intended to build, now that property is known. Every real estate agent from that point on is going to need to declare, you know, that, which is going to lower the value of that property you already have, you've already purchased. And so there can be some harm. And so what happens, the calls I get related to this, more often than not, somebody was looking at doing a project, they checked with the city administration, they thought they understood all the rules, they started the process, only to find out then from the administration that, oh, we missed a rule here or we missed a rule there. It may be explained different than that, but that's the end effect. And now, I mean, they're just in harm's way, right, as an individual.
No, I appreciate that. And then I apologize, Chair. I said I had one last question, but I, in fact, have one last question. So one of the previous delegates spoke about how there could be contextual ideas that might work better, from at least from their perspective, beginning the loosening of restrictions on corner lots, beginning the loosening of restrictions next to buildings that are already high. So like if it's already an 11 meter building on the lot next to it, well, great. Two 11 meter buildings or 12 meter buildings or 13 meter buildings next to each other are in fact, they meet the same character. Would you suppose that the home builders would be willing to open it up in a piecemeal fashion, where rather than a blanket reduction of these regulations, we opened it up sort of piecemeal so that you would know as the home building association, generally a safe bet would be to start, for example, at a corner lot and move your way inwards from the corner lots so that, you know, there was some kind of contiguous character built up that way? Or would that be more complicated? What's kind of your guess on that or your take on that?
Yeah, so I mean, I think again, it's a good thought. You know, I wouldn't have a lot of insight at this moment. I mean, speculative from my members on how they would feel about that.
Fair.
But my own interpretation of that is anything would be better than what we have right now, because what we have right now doesn't work. Having said that, I often sometimes have to recognize it is easier to build a new road than try to continuously fix an old road. So, you know, for me, what would be a more logical perspective is to remove these citywide restrictions, you know, that they are in place. And then if the administration were to use the other tools, you know, that they have in place, or maybe it's a new tool to address the issues that they feel that need to be addressed, we could probably figure this out together fairly, you know, fairly well. But to continue to try to, which is what we have seen with these things, fix a broken road, it's not working. Yeah.
I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. It's good to have questions. Councillor Findura, go ahead, please.
One more round, Stu. Why are we not focusing on city centers, urban centers, transit corridors, hubs? I mean, you're talking about we want to bring people into town, into Regina, plus, you know, close to transits. Why aren't we focusing on that? Well, why, let's say, take down the neighborhoods and go into the neighborhoods? Why not go into these hubs? As an association?
Yep.
I'm just asking a question.
Yeah. So again, a fair question. I think if you go back to the paper that we had done accommodating growth, you know, back in 2021, 2022 that we shared with council, you know, we shared how, you know, in larger cities, you know, much larger cities, you know, people do have less choice just because transportation and traffic become a very significant challenge, right? So you can, it's easier to drive people into certain locations for those particular reasons. In a city like Regina, where I know we all complain about traffic and stuff like that, but the reality is there is not a place in this city that's not fairly easily accessible, right? So our industry is just following what their customers are saying to them, right? Our customers aren't saying that we want to live in that neighborhood. They're saying we want to live in this neighborhood. And I think past attempts over the years to say to consumers that, sorry, we're going to drive you specifically into these neighborhoods through our policies have been unsuccessful. And all they've done is drive people into the bedroom communities that are much less restrictive. And again, this one is such a, and I guess the other point is, the thought process related to this discussion today seems so contrary to all the conversations around the HAF. You guys have done remarkable work to bring in these HAF policies that really, again, treat the city citywide. We got a couple of nuances in a couple of places, that are throwing the last of these roadblocks in. And again, they're height restrictions, and they're a little bit of massing restrictions. And I find it challenging myself to think that some easement on the height restrictions, on the massing restrictions, somehow completely change the entire character of a neighborhood. That doesn't seem reasonable to me.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Nelson, go ahead, please.
You just stated a few minutes ago that these kind of developments and these kind of builds, you have proof that it doesn't lower the value of the homes in the area. Are you able to provide, because I've actually been trying to get some of this information, are you able to provide that to us before the council meeting?
I could try. Yeah, I could see what I could dig up.
Okay.
Doesn't take a lot of Google searches and a few academic searches, and you can find some good information
something specific so that we can address that and talk about that next week.
Yeah, but just to make it simpler to understand, and I'll do that, to make it simpler to understand. I mean, most of the people in the room here at some point may have bought a house or put a house up for sale, right? And so you've got these comparables. Your real estate agent says, you know what, your house is worth X amount of dollars because that house over here that's similar is worth that much, et cetera, et cetera. New construction, almost in all cases, is of higher value than existing homes, right? It's exceptionally rare where you could build a new home for cheaper than the same thing in a resale thing. And those new homes become part of the comparables. So that's why they're always going to drive up the value of a home. If you put two homes on your block that were newly constructed and they sold for $100,000 more than your home, your comparables are going to start to come up because of that. That's just a concept, but I'll bring some stuff to.
Yeah, because I can tell you that my new home in my area did not go up because it's a new home and all the other homes are old. So that was in the area that I was in.
Okay.
Wasn't
I'd love, so on a one-on-one, I'd love to understand that a little bit more.
I will send you the address. Okay. And second of all, the other thing that we're talking about height restrictions. I know before I became councillor, you along with some other people, there was a lot of home building in Ward 7 that was the higher, the double story, the duplexes and stuff. How did that go through? And I'm trying to figure this out, because if we're saying that we want height, we want to take off the height restrictions, that height restriction was never thought of when they were building those homes on Toronto Street, Halifax Street, Ottawa Street, and I'm sure you remember. So I'm trying to figure out why was there, why now was there this height restriction, but yet those homes didn't? Was there an area, like, help me understand this?
Yeah, so I understand the question there, Councillor, and I think it's a really good one to take back to the administration, because I think they'll be able to provide more detail, but my remembrance of this is that we didn't have many of those restrictions in place, or they were quite flexible. And then as infill was starting to emerge. This was about a decade ago. There were some products that went up that people in the neighborhood were not necessarily that pleased with them. And so they pushed back at the councils, of the time, and councils of the time's response to that was, we'll bring in some of these restrictions into place. And then in the most recent neighborhood plans that the city had done, as I mentioned earlier, new height restrictions were actually brought in place, and I think that was some of those were a year or 2 years ago.
Yeah, 'cause
So
it
they're
was
fairly,
11
so they're fairly new.
Yeah,
And so
14.
we always questioned from day one on those height restrictions was the process to determine those height restrictions. We thought that process was flawed, and we were always upfront with that right from the beginning. For us, the height restrictions would have been made much more sense, absolutely, to evaluate the homes in the neighborhood, but that has to be overlaid then in terms of modern construction standards, what consumer choices and preferences are, et cetera, that you heard from one of our designer delegates there. That would have given you a height restriction that probably would have been much more logical.
Right, because I'm remembering back, and there was actually a block that council had said they can't have any higher than 11 on that block. So that was that restriction that only was for that block, because that's what council said. Is this what you're speaking of?
Yeah, that would be an example. There's a couple neighborhoods, like Armheim Place might be one of those examples. Hillsdale neighborhood would be, another example of that, so.
So, in your opinion, how would this stop that from happening, through the chair?
Well, again, you can't build over that certain height. So as soon as your plans are showing a height larger than that, you can't build the home. If you can't build a home any higher than the existing homes in the neighborhood, essentially, and that is your limitation, and that standard was designed in the 50s and 60s, it doesn't leave you much that you can build.
And just help me here with this. What I'm trying to say is, it came to council that this one house or two houses wanted to be built at 14 feet instead of 11 feet. Council said, okay, that block can't be built any higher. So what my question is, if we say yes to this, the height thing, how is that going to stop any of those one-offs happening in the future, through the chair?
Yeah, our position would be is that the height restrictions, whatever they are, they should be consistent through the whole. They should be consistent through the whole city. I mean, if you're going to build a house in my neighborhood was built in the 80s. I've got a certain height restriction that's already in place in my neighborhood that wouldn't stop anybody from doing the projects that they want to do. So why is that allowed in my neighborhood, but this particular neighborhood over here, that would not be allowed because there's a height restriction within that neighborhood?
Yeah, so see, what I struggle with though is if you get that counselor in that neighborhood that says, we're gonna fight you on this one block, we still can change the height restriction or lower the height restriction if council approves that block. So it doesn't really prevent anything.
Yeah, I don't know how to resolve it other than, you'd have the regulations placed. I think that'd be a good question for the administration to kind of talk how that would get managed.
I'm just wondering from your viewpoint, since you've been doing this.
I've got to think more about that,
Yeah, okay. All right, thanks, Stu. Thank you.
All right, so no more questions. Stu, thank you very
Awesome,
much.
thank you.
Good return to the gallery. Our next delegation is Heather McInnes. And company. Okay, I'll put a light on for both of you there.
Okay, thank you.
You know the drill. Just say your name for the record and continue.
My name is Heather McInnes with Monroe Homes. I'm the project consultant, and I've been with them for 32 years. Thank you, members of the Planning Commission, for the opportunity to speak today. Regina, like many cities, is facing challenges to house a growing and diverse population. How do we ensure the individuals and professionals we attract have an opportunity to fully participate in our community when we restrict options for them to truly make Regina their home? The regulations for housing should be consistent throughout our city. Individuals and families who are prepared to invest in either infill new construction or infill renovations to expanding housing within our existing neighborhoods should have an equal opportunity to live, work, and thrive. As an example, we all know about the health crises in our province. The ability to attract the best and brightest in their fields has always been a challenge when competing with other cities like Toronto, Calgary, and Vancouver. We at Monroe Homes have been working with clients since June of 2023 on a new infill build in the Arnheim Place neighborhood. The existing home that will be torn down has been deemed by engineers to have a defective basement, and thus the house was on the market for over 4 years, and many offers were placed on it, but none went through due to the condition of the property, making this a perfect location and a circumstance for infill construction. My clients are sought after physicians who we want to both welcome and attract to our province. Today, I brought with me Dr. Hamoon Miri. Hamoon is a family physician and his partner is a vitreoretinal surgeon. Neither Dr. Miri nor his partner are from Regina. However, they have made the decision to come to our Regina and provide much needed healthcare services to our city and province. Their decision not to just work in Regina but also stay in Regina for the long term and that is why they are building a new home for themselves for their new life in their new city. However, their plans to build their dream home and make Regina their permanent home are at a standstill. They unknowingly purchased an existing home that sits in one of the restrictive overlay zones, and the City of Regina currently has its bylaws. The home itself that we will be building will be beautiful and close to the Regina General Hospital, which is a requirement in their contract with the SHA. The current restrictions in their neighborhood and this lot make the dream and permanency impossible. The highly restrictive overlay zone for the Arnheim Place area prevent our client from being able to build a new home using today's methods of construction due to height, length of wall, and top of floor restrictions. Our client's investment in this neighborhood will only increase the value of all properties in the neighborhood and at the same time provide greater economic diversity in the neighborhood. The current home sits vacant. It is not suitable for renovation, and the overlay restrictions make it extremely difficult, if not impossible, to now market it for resale. In my opinion, any opposition to removing the overlay zones is short-sighted. As the homes in these areas continue to age and need to be renovated or replaced, the overlay zones will prevent potential sales on the resale market due to these restrictions. Once it becomes known in the real estate environment that if you buy in Hillsdale, you buy in Arnheim Place, you buy in Al Ritchie, you cannot build the house you want. And current consumers do not want to pull down an 800 square foot bungalow with a 7-foot basement and an 8-foot main floor and replace it with the same house. They want to build by today's standards. Restricting my client and any future purchaser's ability to achieve their dream of home ownership just because the neighborhood they live or purchased in is a step backward in building a vibrant community that fosters social connections, economic success, and community pride. This is why I and Monroe Homes support the option to remove the neighborhood plans in their entirety to ensure the rules and regulations regarding the construction and renovations of homes are consistent citywide. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions or just questions from commission? Anyone? Okay, seeing none. Thank you very much. You may return to the gallery. Terrific. Okay, I understand the administration has a presentation, is that correct? Deb Bryden is listed here as the front person for this report, is that correct?
Yes, thank you through the chair, and
we
have an administration that's going to do a short presentation.
Perfect. When you're ready. we'll hold that thought. So we have a mandatory break coming up at 5:30 anyways, might be a good time. So let's come back in 15 minutes. Okay, I'll call the meeting to order. I'd turn it back over to administration. I know they have a presentation. Whenever you're ready, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good evening, everyone. We are back today to speak to the Regina Planning Commission about work that city planning staff are undertaking as part of the city's Housing Accelerator Fund Action Plan. In particular, we are here to present amendments to the city official community plan and the zoning bylaw to support the implementation of the city's Housing Accelerator Fund planning initiatives. Similar to the presentations in previous phases, we'll provide a brief recap of the city's policy context and planning-related initiatives in the city's HAF action plan that our work is advancing. Before walking you through the amendments in this report, that's what here's an overview of the presentation. To give you a brief overview of Regina's policy framework, this slide provides the policy context set out in the city's OCP and the growth plan approved in 2013. The OCP sets the vision and direction for guiding growth and development in city. Throughout our work, we endeavor to implement the OCP, which includes community priorities, policies, and directions in the growth plan. This includes developing complete neighborhoods and supporting the availability of diverse housing options in all neighborhoods. It also includes directing 30% of our new population growth to established areas. The intent is to provide diverse housing options to attract and retain residents and facilitate growth in a way that makes efficient use of existing infrastructure and support access to education, employment opportunities, local amenities and services. For established neighborhood, this also means examining ways to minimize the impact of demographic shifts on the viability of communities, including schools and businesses. We are advancing the direction of the OCP through work we are doing as part of the Housing Accelerator Fund. As you'll recall, the city applied to the HAF program in June of 2023. Through our HAF action plan, the city committed to undertaking 11 initiatives to grow our local housing supply and speed up the development approval process. The expanding citywide housing option work advances 5 HAF initiatives highlighted on the screen. These initiatives relate to the zoning bylaw and OCP amendments. The neighborhood plan review that we are here to talk about today is included in this work. As we have mentioned previously, we have seen a record population growth in recent years and a corresponding drop in rental vacancy rates, and it is important that we support housing options for people moving to our city and for people who want to stay here. Earlier this year, Council approved amendments that would advance many of these planning initiatives. The amendments before you today are necessary to ensure alignment with the previously approved changes to the OCP and the zoning bylaw, which removed barriers to the development of diverse housing options citywide. As a reminder of the timelines, the funding program was officially launched in March of 2023. In June 2023, City Council approved the city's Housing Accelerator Fund, those 11 initiatives that you just saw in the previous slide, and directed administration to apply for the HAF program. In November 2023, City Council approved a motion directing administration to prepare necessary bylaw amendments to increase as-of-right residential development permissions citywide. Administration has advanced these directions in phases over the last few months. This report in front of you today relates to phase 2, part 2 of the work, which is focused on reviewing neighborhood plans. Sorry. The clicker is not working. There should be a slide before that. Yeah. So what is the neighborhood plan? Neighborhood plans form part of the city's OCP, known as Part B. They provide detailed policy direction for specific areas or neighborhoods and are intended to link the broad policies of the OCP with the more detailed regulations in the zoning bylaw as shown on figure on this slide. They set out a long-term vision and guide how a specific area will grow and be used and developed, including considerations for land use, built form, location of amenities and services, and phasing of development as needed. They are not required by legislation. However, they can be an effective tool where additional detailed policy guidance is needed to implement the direction of the OCP. Why is it important to review neighborhood plans as part of this work? Under the Planning and Development Act, the zoning bylaw must comply with the OCP, including Part B. Neighborhood plans as part of the HAF work, administration has noted that changes to existing neighborhood plans are needed to ensure they align with the recent changes to the zoning bylaw and support continued implementation of the direction of the OCP and HAF initiatives. Further, as the needs of our city change, it is important that our policies enable more attainable and affordable housing options that meet the need of the new citizens, students, workers who want to live close to educations and employment opportunities, young families who want to enter the housing market and live near schools, and community centers, commuters preferring to live near public transit, and seniors seeking options to stay in their communities as they age. It is important to note that most of neighborhoods in our city do not have a neighborhood plan. The map on this slide shows 20 areas in the city that currently have neighborhood plans in place. 5 of these plans are for new development areas or the greenfield areas. The rest 15 are in established areas. These are the neighborhood plans being reviewed to determine what changes are needed to bring them in alignment with the direction of the OCP and the HAF initiatives. Each neighborhood plan was reviewed in detail to evaluate which policies were important to retain. All policies were assessed using a set criteria, which included policies that contained outdated information, for example, reference to the historic zoning designations that no longer exist, or policy direction based on outdated demographic information. Policies where there's already sufficient direction in the OCP, or where policies have been superseded by more recent planning documents that provide relevant direction and guidance, or policies that are contradictory to the OCP priorities and direction of the City Council to support development of diverse housing options in all neighborhoods. And lastly, policies that no longer guide growth of the area. Based on this evaluation, City Administration is recommending the following approach to amend neighborhood plans. For neighborhood plans in new development areas, that is, those areas outside the city's intensification boundary that are still under development, many of these areas have yet not been fully built, and the neighborhood plans continue to provide important direction to future growth in these areas. Administration is recommending that these plans be retained and amended as needed to support citywide priorities related to housing options. For neighborhood plans in established areas, administration is recommending that three plans, specifically the downtown plan, the yards plan, and the former Diocese of Capel plan, be retained and amended as needed, as they also continue to provide direction regarding growth and development in these areas. For the remaining neighborhood plans in established areas, administration is recommending the repeal of these plans from the OCP. Note that administration is recommending that where policies still provide relevant direction, that they be retained and integrated into Part B of the OCP as area-specific policies. In general, the area-specific policies provide direction on commercial development, public realm, and infrastructure. These area-specific policies will be reviewed as part of the future work to citywide planning policies and framework, including a review of complete neighborhood policies. Regarding the zoning bylaw amendments proposed in this report, as a reminder, the zoning bylaw is a tool for implementing the OCP and the neighborhood plan policies. Any changes to these policies require updates to the zoning bylaw as well. Most of the proposed changes to the zoning bylaw advanced through this report are based on the proposed amendments to the neighborhood plans and ensure consistency with policy changes approved in previous phases of work. One notable change to the zoning bylaw involves repealing regulations tied to the policies in the Elrichy and Hillsdale neighborhood plans. These plans provide direction that contradicts with the OCP priorities and City Council's direction to support the development of diverse housing in all neighborhoods. For example, setting specific height or density thresholds. Because neighborhood plans concerning residential density and height are recommended for appeal, zoning bylaw regulations tied to these neighborhood plans are also recommended to be repealed. This would include the Elrichy neighborhood plan overlay zone and the minimum lot width and maximum building height limits in Hillsdale. In terms of next step, we know that there will be work to be done following the neighborhood plan discussion at City Council. In the coming months, City staff will be undertaking additional work, including reviewing our development standards, refining the zoning bylaw to make it user-friendly, and reviewing the city's complete neighborhood policies. As our work evolves, we also know that we'll be monitoring outcome and making adjustments as needed. With that, we'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much. I'll need a mover before we can get this on the floor for discussion. All right, Maynard, go ahead. Did you want to start with some questions? It's your right, but if you didn't have anything, that's fine too.
One question.
Yeah, please.
This might not be, through you, Mr. Chair, it might not be specific to these recommendations. I've wanted to ask this before, but it might also apply, and I suspect your answer is going to be no, but are you aware of, in a circumstance where, first of all, let me back up a little bit. Everyone knows that in Regina we have shifting soils, and lots of times buildings have issues of structural integrity. Are you aware of any circumstances where houses that need to be repaired or renovated would be, not adding a story, but would be restricted from doing the repair or renovation because of the height restrictions? And let me just say off the top, one of the ones that I can think of, and I don't think it would impact that, but is where a basement has completely failed, put a new basement under, and I have observed that a number of the houses have been raised fairly significantly. They go up quite a ways. So is there anything that anybody be aware of where that might be restricted?
It's a complicated one. Go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we can recall instances where that has occurred. Often new basements have different standards, and we have had houses that are lifted and basements report. Typically, we try to work with property owners so that they're aware of those situations before, and we can manage those. I would say that is beyond the scope of this project, and that would just be kind of something that we would be trying to manage on a case-by-case basis. It doesn't happen very often.
So maybe I should have asked this question first. Do these proposed changes apply across the piece, or do they only apply to new construction?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the height restrictions apply if you're adding an addition or adding any structural components as well. Yeah, and so the basement does add the height component as well.
Okay. Good, thank you very much.
Terrific, thank you. Other questions? Councillor Nelson, go ahead, please.
Thank you for that. So where I was questioning a lot of this, it comes from past, when as the council here. What I struggle with is we pass this and it's for everywhere in all of Regina. But yet I remember a while back, there was a councillor that said this block cannot have that height because there was so much pushback from people because their gardens can't grow in the sunlight and all that kind of stuff. And it passed. So that block in the Elrichy neighborhood, I do believe, I can't remember exactly where it was, cannot go above a certain level of height. So now Where I struggle is because I live in Ward 7, things like that get passed, and all of a sudden, my neighborhood has 2, 3-story homes in it, but yet somebody else's neighborhood that has a louder voice and that has a louder pushback from the residents, all of a sudden, they don't have to have 2-story high places. So my question to administration is what holds this accountable to everybody across the city through the chair?
Go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'll try to answer that question the best I can in the simplest way that I can. So right now, there's a number of different layers of restrictions that have, I guess, apply to height. We have in the zoning bylaw, height restriction on residential development, whether you're in a new neighborhood, whether you're within an existing neighborhood, so that's the kind of the base level. Then we have another layer called the infill overlay district, which applies, in the intensification area and applies to neighborhoods within that area. And then in addition, we have another layer that was implemented through the adoption of some neighborhood plans, which puts a further height restriction on development. And so as you've heard from some of the delegations, trying to navigate through these different layers of restriction has led to complications and I guess a misalignment of how rules apply to different neighborhoods. So today, what we're suggesting is being considered by Planning Commission is removing one of those layers, which is the neighborhood plan, which then takes it down to the minimum height plus the infill overlay, which we do acknowledge. There continues to be some discrepancy, and we have committed that we will continue to work on that overlay. Right now, we're just talking about the layer that's called the neighborhood plans.
Right. But this will not restrict a counselor coming here and saying, I don't want this block to follow these bylaws through the chair and getting the vote of council through the chair. Like nothing is holding this accountable. As a council, if you get a 6th vote, then that can change. Am I correct in understanding
I'm
that?
not sure I fully understand the question, but what this does is removes the layer of the neighborhood plan.
Yeah.
When the neighborhood plan for Al Ritchie came forward, there was some conversation about different height provisions within that neighborhood, and I'm not sure if that's what you're referring to, but that would remove that restriction within that neighborhood, and everything within the intensification area would then have the infill overlay, and then everything in the city has the height restriction for residential applied.
Okay, I understand that, but nothing prevents the vote of council, a 6-5 vote, to change that in a certain area or a certain house or a certain block through the chair. Am I
So a
correct?
future council?
Yeah.
If an application came forward, we would always bring that forward to council for a decision. Ms. Bryden wants to speak. I don't know if she has anything more to add, but I can't predict whether that's going to come forward and whether administration, after their review and assessment, would recommend approval. But that doesn't mean that future councils don't have the ability to vote that way.
Right. Ms. Bryden, do you have anything to add to that? Councilor Halkin? Or
Through the chair, I really don't have anything to add other than an application before council. Council always has opportunity to oppose or agree with administration's recommendations.
So yeah, so this is what I'm struggling with. So even though if we lift all of this and it all is fine, it's all across the board, at any time, council, with council's approval, a 6-5 vote, it can be changed in a certain area. There is nowhere that administration can say, this absolutely cannot go to council to have this changed. Am I correct in understanding that?
Through the chair, if there is a discretionary use application that comes forward that we bring to RPC and council, council does have the authority to amend the zoning bylaw or the OCP accordingly. And that's the same for any part of the policy or zoning bylaw, I would say. So, so right now we're dealing with creating a citywide policy or I guess intensification area and then greenfield-wide policy. And we would certainly recommend that that be maintained, but we don't have control over future council's decisions.
Right, so I just want to make this very clear to everybody, though, even though we put this in place, at any time, a council can come here and say, we're going to change this to revert back to the way it was if you get a 6-5 vote on that area. So that's what I want to make clear, that there is nothing that says this is the way it's going to be built and that's all there is to it, and it'll never go to council for it to change. So that I just want to bear in mind to everybody here tonight, that's the way it will work moving forward. I'm fine, Councilor Fedora.
Okay, Councilor Nelson, you good?
Yeah, I'm good, thank you.
Okay. Okay. Commissioner Adams, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Through the chair. First and foremost, thank you for the presentation. That was very helpful. I thought that guide gave me more information than I had, so thank you. Just for starters, is it fair to say that the Housing Accelerator Fund, the City of Regina so far has been approved for $35 million, roughly? Is that fair? That's about right?
Through the chair, yes, that is correct.
Yeah. And the City of Regina's annual budget is about $579 million in general operating and $137 million in capital. So.
Through the chair.
Roughly.
Roughly.
I took it from your website. So,
okay.
So yeah. So the $35 million represents less than 5% of the annual city budget. And yet the Housing Accelerator Fund is driving all of the policy changes that I've been at related to all city planning, all city zoning, all building permits, all intensification, all boundary changes. And I've only been at 4 meetings, I think, now. So I'm trying to ask a question, but I'm just trying to point out contextually a $35 million giveaway from the feds, which represents less than 5% of a 1-year budget, is really the main consideration on every city administration briefing note that we've received on these documents. So to me, I find there's a little bit of an imbalance there. So that's just one. So two, can you just clarify, so it is true that City Council has approved the issue of intensification as it relates to 4 units per city lot? That's a done deal. It's not a matter of discussion anymore, right? That's over. That was phase 1.3, I think, from your deck, but.
So through the chair, I can speak to the second question first.
Yeah.
Yes, that's done. In terms of the first question, comment, yes, the Housing Accelerator Fund came forward and things are advancing quickly for that Accelerator Fund to increase housing opportunities in cities across Canada.
Of course, yeah.
The reality is, all of this work is in relation to advancing our OCP, and it's work that we would have been undertaking regardless.
Anyway, yeah.
It's the Housing Accelerator Fund has helped to speed up our work, I would say.
Right. So you would say the guiding document remains the OCP, which was reinforced by the $35 million fund. Yeah.
Through the chair,
incentives,
yes.
Okay. Okay, that's good. So the second just point or clarification I'd like to make is just simply that I'm really struggling as a commissioner in one respect. And one is that I don't really want to be put in the position of having to basically throw away 17 neighborhood plans in order to help address the delegation's concerns about building codes, essentially. So, because what you're actually recommending based on the presentation is that even though many neighborhoods don't have plans, neighborhood plans, we have 20, and you're saying we want to repeal 17 of them to take us down to 3 communities that now have neighborhood plans in all of Regina. I would have liked to have seen 40 neighborhood plans and one potentially common building code. So my point is why is it necessary to link neighborhood planning and the building code restrictions? Why can they not be separated? Why do we have to repeal neighborhood planning in its entirety? Because to me, as much as I respect the idea that the community is Regina, within the community, we are also communities. And we have always had a commitment to community, and even your notion of be heard, which you are asking people to participate civically and engage in their communities and help build their communities, is contrary to the notion of repealing all of these neighborhood plans. So I'm finding it difficult to help the developers to address. I think in many cases they made legitimate and compelling arguments for the removal of some restrictions, or at least the adoption of some commonality, but at the same time moving backwards on neighborhood and community engagement. And for me, that's like a difficult sort of position to be put in. Now, I recognize you are trying to simplify the system of planning, and sometimes planning structures can kind of collapse under the weight of their own complexity, or they become redundant, or they're not, or on the shelf plans. But I still feel strongly that what we're doing here is undermining the principle of community engagement, neighborhood planning, in order to address a fairly simple issue around building heights. So, you know, when a recommendation is to repeal all of these plans in order to, you know, meet a $35 million one-time fund at this point, I mean, to your point of can council change it? A new federal government can change the Housing Accelerator Fund in an instant. So, you know, I don't want to be driven for the next, 20 years of Regina planning on one policy decision of the federal government. So there's that issue, and I know I didn't really ask you a question, but I guess the question is it really necessary to conflate the recommendation of neighborhood plans and dealing with the commonality or the incentivization of addressing restrictions that maybe aren't in alignment with the Housing Accelerator Fund? Like, why was that model chosen?
Through you, Chair, that's a lot to unpack.
Yeah.
And I think it's a great opportunity for us to talk about the work that we've been doing and to talk about why it's important for the administration to bring forward the recommendations that we did. Through the work that we're trying to advance with permitting more housing within the city of Regina and reducing restrictions, I think there's an illusion that it's benefiting developers, but it's benefiting residents. It's making more homes available to people within neighborhoods that are existing with amenities in place, and allowing us to focus on communities where they may not have the spectrum of housing along the continuum that are required or needed in every community. So by repealing the neighborhood plans, we took that very seriously. We knew that they were a barrier to some of the aspirations that we had in our plan for introducing more housing. And we took an approach where we evaluated each one of the neighborhood plans and determined whether they were guiding growth or whether they were restricting growth, whether they were providing us opportunities to reinvest in our communities or whether they were restricting that opportunity. And we went through and we evaluated that and worked through with community associations when, when they needed a little bit more assistance in understanding the work that we were doing. We went out and visited with them. The staff here consulted with community members and consulted with others that had interest in building and in reinvesting in the community. And ultimately, the builders are working on behalf of residents, right? And so...
Maybe just I can stop you there for just 1 second. I mean, so maybe there's a point there is, would you say that there's broad support among the 17 communities that you're suggesting to repeal their neighborhood plan, that those 17 communities would generally say, okay, we don't need the neighborhood plan anymore?
We had a lot of, through you, Mr. Chair, we had a lot of good conversation and understanding that there are needs. You heard from a resident within one of the communities where the plan is being repealed that there is a lot of, most of the things I would agree with from that, all of the things I would agree with from that delegation in terms of things that we need to look at.
Right.
But those don't necessarily mean restricting housing. There's reinvestment in communities that are required, and building houses and increasing tax base also helps offset some of the costs that are needed to input into communities. And so through this work, we're looking at it through that lens as well. We did receive some no feedback from some of the communities in which the neighborhood plans are out of date, some older than many of us sitting here. And they're no longer providing direction for growth. And in fact, some of the plans are used more of as a reaction where we have to go and amend a neighborhood plan in order to get growth in the community. And so it was actually working against some of the goals of those community associations and some of the goals of those people within the community. So I would say in terms of interactions, we had fairly positive interactions with most of those communities.
Well, would it be fair to say that, to move, you've got 20 neighborhood plans, you're proposing we move down to 3 because they're relatively new. Would the goal be 0?
I might start, and I ask Ms. Pfeiffer to answer because I know that she has an excellent answer for this. We've been contemplating this ourselves as planners. We want to ensure that communities are moving in the direction of growth, and what happens within communities is for the betterment of the community and the city as a whole. So no, I don't think that the ambition would be to go to 0. I think we need neighborhood plans in areas where we want to guide growth and implement change. But I think Ms. Pfeiffer would have more if the clerks would put on her mic.
Sounds like hail. No, I guess, yeah, the point would be is if the goal is to move from 17 to 3, then is the ultimate goal to get to 0.
Through the chair, so just to clarify, through the recommendations in the report, there would be at least 8 neighborhood plans that would be retained, 5 in new neighborhoods, 3 in the intensification area, and then the rest of them, if there were relevant policies, as Ms. Dawson said, that help to guide growth or provide some direction, apart from residential direction, we would retain those as area-specific policies. So to build on what Ms. Dawson said, I don't think the goal is actually to get to 0. To provide a little extra context, at the end of 2022, after a couple of new neighborhood plans had come through council, there was direction from council to shift the area planning or neighborhood planning program to focus on strategic areas where we anticipate there being growth, as opposed to focusing on neighborhood boundaries specifically. So that might include the primary intensification areas, those transit corridors. It may include urban centers, the city center certainly. As Mr. Giuliani outlined in the report, the purpose of area planning really is to provide additional direction that the OCP maybe doesn't get down to the specific level, that helps to provide some additional direction for how an area grows. So as Ms. Dawson said, I think they have a really valuable role to play when it comes to areas where we anticipate a lot of growth or change or city investment needed. I think the perspective we have is that when we look at a lot of our residential neighborhoods, there's sufficient direction in things like the Parks Master Plan and the Transportation Plan that help to guide those investments. I would say, just to build on what Ms. Dawson said in her previous response about community associations and residents, from some of the discussions we had with community associations, I think occasionally there's a misunderstanding of what a neighborhood plan can actually do as a statutory planning or policy document. It doesn't necessarily give us direction on how we're investing in public amenities. And some of the discussions we had was about how to make it useful.
Like, I don't know that a neighborhood plan has any specific power per se, but they are guiding documents as I understood it. I think what I'm trying to get at is more the principle of neighborhood plans in theory should be the outcome of a process that occurs in the community and is part of a civic, process of talking about what does say the North Central neighborhood need in terms of grocery, or in terms of revitalization, or in terms of getting rid of poor housing, so I get it, right? And I just don't want to, in trying to help, pursue a legitimate objective of growth and also of, building more housing, that we undermine other legitimate objectives, right? Like, I would dispute that growth is the only objective of a community plan. And to be honest, what I hear from either the direction from council or from administration is growth is the primary lens. So if a community plan limits growth, or if a neighborhood plan limits growth, then repeal it. And I'm just finding the process a little bit conflated, right? I mean, what I heard is there's a problem on two-story in some neighborhoods. That's basically what I heard. And this recommendation is 8 sections long, in which we are being asked to basically repeal the entire model of neighborhood planning for the city. So I'll leave it at that. But
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Adams. I've got Mr. Aston, you're next. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I think Mr. Adams got through a number of my questions, so I might have some similarities here, so forgive me if I do, but I'll start with one that hasn't really been asked yet. Could administration speak to the development application fee? The discussion in there was a new fee for developers to be able to pay proponents of a housing project to get a review of development services. Could we have a little more explanation of that? I don't think that's been spoken about too much yet. So, through the chair.
Yep.
Thank you, through the chair, and thank you for that question. This is actually an exciting recommendation for us. Typically, when a developer is moving through an application process, they do have to prove out city servicing, if you will, and that comes at a charge. They have to hire a consultant and an engineer to identify what is required. And in this context, what we're saying is that we would do that site servicing capacity check for an applicant for the fee of $1,100, and that's meant as like a cost recovery type of basis. This type of work would typically cost probably between $10,000 and $15,000 for a developer to do on their own. So it is seen as a barrier for some of these infill developments.
Thank you. Through the chair, one of the first questions I asked when the HAF was presented a while back to commission was about this exact kind of development servicing review and the HAF dollars being used for that. And it at that time, I don't think it was understood how those funds were going to be used yet, from my memory. But this was something I was kind of thinking it would be a good use of funds on. So I'm excited to see that idea included here. My concern, through the chair, is the wording of the way it was worded was like to make a recommendation on the suitability of the servicing requirement for the development. Did a lot of rigorous debate with legal go into this? Because there's a lot of liabilities including in that, and I'd like council to be well aware of what those are, and I'm making a recommendation to the councillors that are still in the meeting to think that one over long and hard. So I guess my question is, was that all reviewed liability-wise? Because I think that's a big question mark.
So thank you for that question, through the chair. So this particular review would be in terms of what is available in terms of capacity at the site, and I'll let Ms. Dawson speak to anything further and our legal requirements.
Yeah.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I want to ensure the commission and then further to council that we wouldn't bring something forward if we hadn't done our checks and balances. I have a team of engineers and professionals that are aware of their capacities, and so we certainly did those checks. Thanks.
Yeah, through the chair, just the way it was worded in the report, like I would expect that it would be to say there is capacity for X number of liters per second or something in those pipes. The way it was worded was a little bit more aggressive to be like a pass-fail on the development. So I read it to an extreme, but I've done this before, and usually it's just so much capacity is in the pipe. So maybe it was just the way the report was worded, but I read it to the extreme on that one. So that was my concern there. So you've addressed that. My next question is, through the chair is, I think Ms. Pfeiffer partially answered this for Mr. Adams, but why did we have neighborhood plans in the past? I presume it was an urban planning initiative to achieve something. And I heard a lot about growth, but we just passed, like since I've been on commission, we passed the Al Ritchie and the Hillsdale plans. What changed, I guess, is my simple question. Through the chair.
Through the chair. So maybe I'll start with, why do we have neighborhood plans, or what's the purpose of them? Again, typically neighborhood plans or secondary plans are useful to provide a link between the high-level policies of the OCP with the really specific directions that are in the zoning bylaw. They help to provide that bridge. As noted in the presentation, they're not required by legislation, but again, they're useful where you need that additional direction. With respect to the neighborhood planning program, so following the development of the new zoning bylaw, there was direction to start preparing neighborhood plans, or preparing or renewing neighborhood plans for neighborhoods across the city. The pilot program included Hillsdale and Al Ritchie, so those two neighborhood plans were advanced and went through a process. They were passed. And then, as I said in a previous answer, in September of 2022, Council, after, I guess, reflecting on the program and how it was actually being, if it was successful, if it was providing the intent of what was needed, there was direction to shift that program to not focus on area or neighborhood boundaries, but to look at strategic areas and provide that level of planning guidance and policy guidance for strategic areas. So again, yeah, you can think about areas like the city center, urban centers, urban corridors, or transit corridors, where, while we have said that's where we would like to see additional development happen, and now we've updated the zoning bylaw to say we would like to see 6-story buildings close to transit, we don't have additional policy guidance to say what are the other infrastructure needs, what are the public realm needs, to provide, again, that an additional layer of guidance to guide how those areas grow and develop. So that gives maybe a little bit of history on where we've come from the previous neighborhood planning program, that new direction from council in 2022, and this work aligning with that.
Okay, thank you. So I appreciate what's been said. I think there are, through the chair, my question would be, there are differences in neighborhoods, and I think there's a value in recognizing that sometimes. Certainly when one drives through a different city, you recognize, oh, this is different than that area. And when I drive through Regina, areas that are developed at different periods have really different character. And I think there's a value in that, and we can debate long and hard and have good discussion about it. But I find that to be an interesting differentiator between the neighborhoods. And so to treat them all as we're just going to treat the city all the same and have all the same rules, it's unrealistic, because we have different infrastructure, different setbacks, different built forms. So I'm struggling greatly with repealing them all and just saying, well, it's all one community, because it's a neighborhood, it's a bundle of neighborhoods that make the community. So I'm still struggling with a little bit how that's all going to come together. And I'll be blunt, this is a huge dump of information and a lot to absorb, and from a Friday publication until today. So there's a lot of change that's being proposed in this, and the rate of change here is quite remarkable, in my opinion. So I'm just making a generalized statement that I'm really struggling with that part of what's being proposed here. So I appreciate all the answers, and that's all my questions. Thank you to the chair.
Thank you, Mr. Austin. Commissioner, okay, sir, please go ahead. Okay, hang on, give me a microphone. Go
Thank
ahead.
you. If I may, I'd like to make a point of clarification. This is a time for discussion as well, not just questions to administration. Is that right? All right. So for the consideration of my fellow commissioners, I'd like to remind you of the apartment building that we considered in Douglas Park a few months ago. It was a 5-story building. It was, I think the proposal was approximately 90 units in its current form, and we had 27 delegates, most of whom were against the proposal, and a great deal of them came and said, you know, we'd like something that matches our neighborhood, such as 3 and 4 unit buildings that are 2 or 3 stories high. We don't want a 5-story tall building, and we don't want 90 units. We want 4 or 5 units. And it seems to me, I struggle because on the one hand, I do get the difference between the not in my backyard and the reasonable in my backyard. I think that's an important distinction. It also occurs to me that reasonable is always just a little bit less than what's proposed. And I don't know. I mean, what if I propose that we can have 12 units on every lot in the city, and they can be 30 meters high, and so relative to 30 meters and 12 units on every lot, now all of a sudden 4 units on every lot, and not 30 meters makes more sense. I mean, this is always going to be relative to something else. We've heard from the home builders that the reason that we're doing this is so that guys that are 6'4", if you know any of them, don't have to hit their heads in their own basements, like those of us who can't afford the brand new houses. I mean, I do recognize that a lot of this is uncomfortable change. The benefit of the Housing Accelerator Fund, regardless of the federal government that happened to propose it and put it into place, is generally that these changes are not just Regina-wide. By and large, they're Canada-wide. And so the changes that are coursing through will be found in regulatory documents and statutory documents throughout the country, so that the types of processes and programs that have gone through commissioner hearings like ours and have ended up protecting form in certain neighborhoods, for better or worse, but also ended up with a dearth of housing that has now come to a fever pitch. Yeah, the discomfort of doing it that way is that you end up with difficult questions all at once, and that you get 4 days to make up for 50 years worth of questionable policy and questionable regulatory decisions. We can't go back in time. To the point made during the last delegation of my friend across the aisle, Councillor Nelson, I think the benefit is that if this doesn't work, we'll know it after 5 or 6 houses. So we talk about $35 million for 5% of our budget 1 year. Well, 5 or 6 houses, 5 or 6 developments. We have 85,000 developments throughout the city, housing developments. If 5 or 6 of them are a little bit wonky, we can fix the problem, and we can ask administration to help us fix the problem. And if it doesn't work and it's not what we want it to look like, or it's ruining the city, we don't need to wait years and decades to revisit. We have access to regulatory and statutory documents and plans that can help us. And even really, like if you talk to the home builders and you say the problem with building it this way is that then there's a frenzy and council asks us to change everything, and you end up back in the situation we were, where we start affixing, different requirements to every single different lot in the city. That in and of itself can become the stick that we use to keep the homeowners in check. Not the homeowners, excuse me, the home builders in check, where if they don't play ball, we can overregulate again. And so I have a hard time with the emphasis on keeping things the way they are when the way they are is not working. I drive a car, I like my car, I'm glad when I find parking in front of my house, but I have a really hard time arguing that I'm entitled to the tax-paid parking in front of my house on tax-owned streets when I know that there are homeless people in the city, and that one of the reasons that there are homeless people in the city is because we've had ineffective policy and ineffective planning regulation for decades. I have a hard time feeling entitled to my little space where my little car goes when we're moving people in tents off of sidewalks and out of parks. And it's difficult for me to kind of say, well, I mean, I hope I don't sound glib, because I do think it is reasonable for reasonable people who've bought a car to want to have a place to park that car. I think that's a reasonable idea. But I have a hard time prioritizing that over the things that we're talking about fixing. And so my recommendation is that if we're not going to propose these changes, that we go with a maximum 30 meters on every lot in the city, and that we have 12 dwelling units on every lot in the city, and that when you are considering whether what we're recommending now is a good fit, rather than looking at it against a single detached house or single family house, or whether you're looking at a 8.5 meter building. Don't do that. Look at it a 30-story apartment that has 12 units, because I think that's the other alternative, is if we don't end up with a fourplex next to most of us, one of us will end up with a giant apartment building next to them. Why does that person have to bear the brunt of all of us not being willing to take 4 people next to us? So that's my take on it. I hope that that you see that as passion and not as disrespect. I have a lot of respect for the councillors in the room. I have a lot of respect for the delegates who came to see and who are conflicted about how these will affect their neighbors and their neighborhoods. But I just think that the situation with housing is too dire in this country to be worried right now about 12 meters or 20 meters. Thank you.
You good? Okay, thank you. I've got Commissioner Wilson, you're next. Go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, the chair. I just have a quick question for administration. I think just as a background piece, I live in El Richie. I used to run a community association. I know I have some experience with how these neighborhood plans, when I ran the Heritage Community Association, we did use it as a reference document, but I'm in agreement today that I'm in agreement with the motions today. I guess one of my questions for you, I was surprised when the delegate list came out and there weren't community associations speaking against this today. So I'm curious if you can just run through sort of, like, you've got a list of outreach that took place. I'm just curious, like, what have you done with outreach with the community associations? What has been some of the feedback from them? They knew this was coming today, I'm assuming. So I'm just curious if you could speak to that, because we're having this discussion, I think, speaking on behalf of these community associations, but they also aren't here today. So I'm just really curious what the outreach has been.
Go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. So outreach and communication with community associations on this phase of the project is similar to what it's been on previous phases. Anytime we are launching a new phase of the work, anytime that we're providing an update to the Be Heard page or subscribers, we've been working through the community consultants to ensure that that same information is going out to every community association, who then can disseminate that to their membership. This is in addition to social media posts that the city has, updates and emails to subscribers of the Be Heard page. So we've been trying to use a number of mechanisms to try and get the information out to the community, but we have ensured that community associations have received that information through the community consultants. Through this phase of the work, we also ensured that in that message that went out to community associations, administration offered that if they wanted to meet in person or a Zoom call to walk through it, it's a lot of information that we would be more than willing to meet with them and actually walk through it and have a discussion with them. We met with, I believe, 3 community associations. We met with Al Ritchie, we met with Albert Park, and we met with the Cathedral Community Association. And in addition to that, Councillor LeBlanc had held an information session fairly early in the process. As far as the feedback that we've received from the community associations, it's a little bit varied. I think it's understandable, particularly for the Al Ritchie community, who most recently had a neighborhood plan passed, that they see this as, you know, a change in a quick amount of time. I think the feedback that we received more generally from them, as well as the other 2 community associations, again, is kind of summarized in Appendix F, but of what they're looking for a neighborhood plan to provide. And I think sometimes that may be looking for additional regulation of what is permitted to be built in their neighborhoods. I would say that the amendments and to the zoning bylaw and the OCP that have been passed to date are aligned with council's direction, and they also understand that there is sometimes then going to be a disconnect between what they have in a neighborhood plan and what has already been passed by council. But I think the more interesting feedback that we receive from community associations is that, to your point, a lot of times they would like to use these documents to help align their own advocacy for the needs of their communities, align anytime they're looking for fundraising. And I think, just to kind of reiterate what I had mentioned before, I don't know that the best mechanism to do that is always a statutory planning policy document. I think there's lots of things that administration can do to work with community associations to understand their current needs based on their current demographics, based on what they're seeing coming in, the interest of their community for specific community programming, for investments in green space. That's all wonderful conversation, but a planning policy statutory document is not always the best mechanism to get that. So I think it provides an opportunity for us to work with community associations as a city to understand how do we ensure that there is that opportunity for community feedback and what makes sense for their neighborhoods. Maybe if I can also just add, because this does kind of tie into what some of the community associations see their plans doing, is addressing community character. From previous projects we've had, I can say that defining community character is very challenging. Not only do residents have a different idea of what it means, but even when we've gone to do a Lakeview community character project, a Cathedral community character project, the community and the consultants cannot identify there's one type of house in this neighborhood, there's one type of architecture, there's one thing that makes character of a neighborhood. And I think when you speak to community more broadly, you also learn that the community sees the character of their neighborhood in the way that residents are caring for their yards, the gardens that people have, the events that their community hosts. There's more things that make up the character of a community than potentially height or architecture styles, which, you know, architecture styles are not things that we can control. So I think it's valuable for us to understand what community associations are wanting to work with the city on and understand what the best tools are to achieve that.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Adams? Thank you. I gotta put my glasses back on, can't see nothing. There we go, I can see you now. Thank you, Commissioner Wilson. Mr. Ashton, you want to go again?
Yeah, quickly. 2 questions. I forgot from my first round here, so I apologize. The $35 million, could you just talk about, is it 1 year? I thought it was over several years. Is that incorrect? Like to receive the receipt of that money through the chair?
Through the chair, that's over the next 3 years, 4 years.
Yeah. So it's 35 million divided by 3 or 4 years. Like
Divided by 4 years overall, yeah.
Okay. So it just I'm not quibbling with Commissioner Adams' numbers, but it's more like 1% per year annual budget, I think, roughly. But I appreciated a comment that Ms. Pfeiffer, I think it was Ms. Pfeiffer, I couldn't see her, so I'm guessing it was her, but about the community character and neighborhood is really hard to define. I know one of the community plans, neighborhood plans that we're keeping in play here is the Diocese of Capel lands, which is chock full of community character and architectural defining elements. Can we learn why that one's staying? I'm not actually advocating we get rid of it, but why are we keeping that one? It's riddled with community character defining elements, if I'm not mistaken, and it's one of the ones that's staying. Is it because it's a growing, like an area that's still being built out through the chair?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, he answered his own question. It is because the community is still growing out. That's a really good example of infill neighborhood development, and the neighborhood plan guides growth and development in that area.
I think some of the pushback from infill, we had that chat earlier, was because people didn't think that form fit their neighborhood. I think that's what we heard. I can't remember who the commissioner was that said that, but that's kind of what I took away from. I wasn't really involved in that at all, but from the periphery of listening to it, I think that was the case. And that's always really a difficult conversation to figure out what that is. But I think it's one that will come up more in the future. I'll just leave it at that. So appreciate the responses. Thanks for the time.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, I just would comment that we have acknowledged on our presentation and in our commentary that we have more work to do. We will continue to work with regulations and what we can do through policy to ensure good development within communities. The focus would be citywide, though.
Okay. Thank you
Thanks.
for that. Mr. Dawson, you have more or are you done?
I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So, Commissioner, did you have another question or?
I just wanted to make a clarification. I was just merely that I don't see anywhere in those 11 initiatives that you identified under the Housing Accelerator Fund any reference to neighborhood planning. So there's that. And then I think the actual direction, as I understand it from council, when there are councilors here, maybe you can clarify, was to review and align neighborhood plans with the OCP, not to repeal neighborhood plans. So there's that. And then on top of that, and again, I'm really not trying to judge you as administrators, but I am frustrated with this because, again, I don't understand how we could make these changes to 4 lots or four units per lot, intensification, et cetera, and there's no mention of community planning or neighborhood planning. And then on the issue of height,
Commissioner Adam?
now we're repealing all of the neighborhood plans. Sorry.
Procedure, process, no debate with the
No, fair
administration.
enough.
So there's a
So-
question or some?
Yeah, the question is was the direction from council to review and align the neighborhood plans or to repeal the neighborhood plans? Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Through you, Chair. So we have 11 initiatives under the HAF action plan. Those are not the only things that are guiding our work within the city. There are many different initiatives that we're taking. Our guiding document is the official community plan, as well as the strategic direction that's provided through council and senior administration. So I would say that there have been conversations throughout this year about implementing changes to our zoning bylaw to allow for more housing. So we've seen direction from council to introduce 4 units as of right. We've seen direction from council to introduce primary intensification corridors or allow for 6 stories as of right along those primary intensification corridors. We've seen direction from council to allow 4 stories as of right within transit hubs. We've seen direction from council to eliminate parking. And, there's others as well, but administration is bringing these forward after review and providing impacts and implications to council and the regulatory framework in which to implement those direction. The neighborhood plan was identified early on as barriers to actually implementing that direction from council. What we're here today is saying we've implemented the direction from council to increase housing within our city. One of the last things that we need to do is remove policies from actually realizing those goals that have already been provided to us and given to us as direction. So that is what we're bringing here today, and we've went through a rigorous exercise to ensure that the policies that we need to keep in terms of guiding strategic commercial areas or strategic development areas remain in place, while removing the barriers that are actually provided and already approved through zoning. So this is an alignment exercise.
Thank you for that. Councilor Nelson? Go ahead.
Thank you for that. So at any time though, if I'm building a house, like our gentleman here today spoke of, we can ask for a discretionary use to change that area. Am I clear on that to the chair?
Dustin, go ahead.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, there's an application right after this one that's doing that exact same thing. They're asking to amend the zoning for a particular lot, and it will be considered on the basis of that application.
So where I'm going with this is we can do a discretionary use for any application. We can also put this all in place, and then all of a sudden a counselor who has the backing of 5 more counselors can change the height in that block or that house or that area. So all of this can be changed by the Board of Council and asking for a discretionary use. So nothing binds anybody to this. And what I struggle with, we talk about character in our houses, and if you want to talk about homeless people, and if you want to talk about not being able to afford a house, my daughter bought a house for $30,000. We are an affordable city to own a home. Affordable. So making this or changing this isn't going to all of a sudden make us affordable, whereas Toronto it's going to be. So I'm just looking at it going, there's a whole lot of discretionary use in here that has all these promises, but they're really not. Nothing's valued and nothing's tangible, as I can say. Neighborhood. We buy houses in a neighborhood because we love that neighborhood, the way that it is when we bought it. I'm not saying that things don't change, but we have done a lot of significant changes to our OCP, and I, myself, am going, we need to just pause here. This is a lot of information I got on Friday. I had a police board meeting, I got an executive meeting. This is a little too much right now, and I do not believe that this is something that we should just all of a sudden say yes to. We've done a lot of changes to help, the 4 units, the backyard suites, things like that. We've done a lot of things. I really think that we need to just pause on this one and just not. Because like I said, anybody can ask for discretionary use to have their home or whatever. So it's not that you can't be built in that area, you just have to go through the application. So I just want to put that out there.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I just wanted to clarify that the zoning bylaw is clearly outlining what's permitted and discretionary within each zone, and that pertains to particularly land use. If there's application to rezone a property, that bylaw always has to come to council for a decision. It's a clear and transparent process.
Right, so what I'm saying is this home could get built as long as it gets council approval. So it's not that we can't rezone it, and it's not that we can't say that one area, as long as it's council approved, it can be approved. There's maybe clarification on that, that's my...
So do you have a question, Councilor Nelson?
No, but I'm just,
well,
yeah, am I clear on that understanding, that anybody can come and say, we want to change this area or this home to for the discretionary use, and then they can build something different on that lot of land? Through the chair.
Through the chair, yes, they can rezone.
Yeah.
The recommendations in this report are to supplement what council's already approved with zoning amendments and to remove barriers. That's what these recommendations are for.
Okay, you good?
Yeah, but like I said, in saying, removing barriers, you just got to come here for a discretionary use, and that removes the barriers.
In certain cases, you may still have to come with a discretionary use.
Right.
But what we're proposing, along with the zoning amendments that have already been put in place, remove a lot of barriers already. There may be certain cases where there's still a need to rezone.
Okay, I think about it. Okay, that's good.
Just one second,
Just for clarity,
question?
you're asking, just an important question, I think she's asking, could the physician's proposed home that Monroe spoke to be built with a discretionary use application, right? That's what I think.
Through the chair, in that particular case, because the policy is in place that would not allow it, no, that would not come forward as a discretionary use.
Okay, thank you. Do you want to go again?
Thank
Okay,
you.
so go ahead.
For administration, so this is in follow-up to this. So there's discretionary uses, there's rezoning, and then there's amendments to the OCP. Sometimes you'd have a proposal that would require all three. Sometimes you would just require rezoning and or a discretionary use, and sometimes you just require a discretionary use. If I understand correctly, the discretionary use is the least expensive to apply for and the most straightforward in terms of, in most cases, the most straightforward in terms of how long it would take from application to decision. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And rezoning would be less complicated than amending the OCP. So if I didn't need to amend the OCP because what I was proposing was consistent with policy in the OCP, but it was inconsistent with zoning in the zoning bylaw, I could apply to rezone, and if I had 6 councillors to 5, I would be able to rezone it. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Roughly how much money does it cost to go through a discretionary use process, regardless of, like, if I do extra work on my own, from the city's perspective, what does that application cost?
So Mario, go ahead.
Through the chair, a typical discretionary use is $2,500.
And how much would it roughly cost, in addition to the discretionary use, which I'm probably going to need, how much would it cost for the rezoning application?
Through the chair, I believe that's around $5,000, so
okay.
Discretionaries plus rezoning.
So it could be $7,500 for the both
Correct.
of them in a lot of cases. And if I needed to go through an OCP amendment, how much would that cost?
I believe in under $2,500 to $3,500.
Okay.
So for a small development, that would be a very significant cost in terms of time and
Right.
money.
Would it be, so if I wanted to build a house near Regina General and I needed to change the OCP because it was an overlay that was required, would that application cost significantly more than if I wanted to build a 30-meter high 12-story building in terms of just the application, or would it be roughly the same?
Yeah, through the chair, it would be the same process would be required. We typically don't see that type of application process for a single-family development or a small development for that matter. It really needs to be of scale for the developer to really take the risk, going through the process of possibly not getting approved, spending the money and the time. That's why you typically only see that for a larger development with more at stake.
Thank you. So does any of those numbers that you provided, does that include if me as the developer or the proponent, if I want to talk to the neighbors in advance, or I want to have coffee with them, or I want to, have a barbecue in my backyard so that I can talk about why I think this is a good idea, do those numbers help me pay for any of that, or would I have to pay for that out of pocket in addition?
Through the chair, the developer could opt to do additional engagement. We have a typical process where we have minimum standards. Sometimes we exceed those if it's necessary, but the developer would also incur further expenses related to further engagement or preparation of studies to support an application or architectural fees or whatever. So, yeah, there would be costs in addition to
one of the benefits of this plan, if we go with the proposal as is proposed, is one of the benefits of that potentially that a range of 4-unit dwellings that are a few meters higher than is currently allowed, because the zoning already allows for 4-unit dwellings on every lot in the city. So it would, we're literally talking about half a story or a story. Is the purpose of this to save somewhere between $2,500 and $13,000 for every single one of those potential applications, and to leave that $13,000 application for the 90-unit apartment building that might be going on to the Montessori school when they decide that they want to build something else, and that's what they're going to build there.
Through the chair, I would say that, you know, to our previous point, it does break down that barrier in those cases where there is a conflict. And really, for the most part, those conflicts that are related to reduced development standards are limited to the only 2 neighborhoods that were recently approved, El Ritchie and Hillsdale. The remainder of the plans have different policies that were in place at a different time, reviewed under the same lens, but determined to be not of value for whatever reason, or redundant, or can be augmented in some other way. So the discussion about development standards really is limited to those 2. And the other point I would make is that previous to their approval in 2021, 22, they were treated like any other neighborhood, which is to say that they fell under the same development standards as a neighborhood that didn't have a development a plan or a neighborhood plan.
So if we change nothing, if we reject it or send it back or whatever, if we change nothing, every neighborhood in the city will be allowed to do the things that we're talking about with respect to height and dwellings per unit and intensity, except for those 2 neighborhoods. So really what we're doing is bringing those 2 neighborhoods into alignment and consistency with the rest of the city, along with the money that we've already taken, the $35 million, which, whether it's 1% or 5%, we've accepted. Is that more or less correct? We're really looking at 2 neighborhoods that right now are inconsistent with the rest of the city.
Through the chair, the discussion on height really just pertains to those 2. The rest of the neighborhood plans really have very little of that language and don't really fall into that category.
Okay. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. That's passionate discussion. I have a question or 2, listening to all the conversation. Listening to saying there's a large report since Friday, with lots of reading going on, maybe we didn't comprehend all of it. So if the administration could go, it talks, so what I'm asking is this: are we gutting the neighborhood plan and just throwing everything out and going and plan out whatever? The way I'm reading it, that's not the point, because you have different parts that are being amended, different parts, things that are being removed. So if you, let's, for instance, we have a report that comes next. It talks about discretion. It talks about the neighborhood of Albert Park and all that. So I would like to hear a little bit more, the point 1, 2, and 3. Just kind of general overview saying it's not just going to go away or we're going to throw this away. We still have a way of planning. We have a process, how we do this. Could you go to that, please?
Yeah, thanks for the opportunity through the chair. So I think you're right, it is a lot of information to go through because there are a lot of plans, and the approach that we're taking is not a one-size-fits-all for every neighborhood plan. So as was outlined in the presentation, the purpose for doing this work is twofold. The first is to make sure that the neighborhood plans, the policies in those plans are consistent with the direction that has been given by council and the amendments that have been previously approved. I think it was mentioned in one of the previous answers, the zoning bylaw needs to be in conformance with the official community plan, including Part B, which is those neighborhood plans and secondary plans. So it's important that there's consistency between all of those documents. The approach that we took to doing the review of the neighborhood plans was to evaluate every policy in every plan and see if it met a set of criteria. The first criteria was to identify if the policy contained outdated information. So we heard previously some of these plans are 40 years old and maybe refer to zoning designations that don't even exist anymore, so that's not providing us any guidance. The second criteria was whether or not those policies had been superseded by more recent planning documents, or if there's relevant and sufficient direction in the official community plan. Does it actually need that additional direction, or do we have direction in the official plan, in the parks plans, in other documents we have? If the policy contradicted the OCP policies and the direction of council, that's where you're seeing in a couple of these plans heights, specific heights. But I would also point out that we have neighborhood plans from 40 years ago that say you can only build a single family house, when even our current zoning would allow you to build a duplex. So again, making sure there's conformity between all of these documents. And then the last was whether or not the policy was providing direction on future growth, or whether it was simply documenting past planning decisions or the current state. Was it still providing direction for us when we're making decisions, or is it simply just documenting and trying to prevent any change in a neighborhood? We know neighborhoods and cities change over time, and so our job is to try and help understand how do you facilitate change over time. So that review followed those criteria. The outcome of that review, as was articulated in the presentation, is that for new growth areas that are still building out or maybe haven't even started building out, those plans still provide relevant direction and often go into a further level of detail. Where are the roads going to be? Where are we allocating various services? So they do provide some direction, and our recommendation is that those stay. If there's tweaks to the policies around residential development and densities that are not in alignment with the previous decisions of council, then those would be changed. Within the intensification boundary, there's 3 neighborhood plans that we're recommending be retained. And again, tweaked if needed on the residential policies. That's the downtown plan, the yards plan, and the former Capel diocese lands. 2 of those are within the city center, which is a high growth area, so they still provide direction on how we want those areas to develop out. And for the rest of the plans, it really depended on how many policies in those plans met the criteria that we laid out. If every single policy in an older plan didn't meet one of these or met one of these criteria, it wasn't providing relevant direction, it was outdated, it was misaligned with the direction of council, in those instances we recommended full repeal of the plans because there was no policies left to retain. None of them met the criteria. If there were policies that met that criteria and could be retained, again, largely related to commercial development or public realm infrastructure, things like that, we recommended taking the plan away, but keeping those policies as area-specific policies. So you may no longer have the entire plan in its entirety, but any relevant policies would still be retained in the official community plan as an area-specific policy. So that's what I mean about it's not a one-size-fits-all. It really did take some work to figure out how do we maintain some relevant direction and at the same time ensure that we're not still relying on policies that are not aligned with the direction that has already been approved by council.
Clear. Thank you. Okay, I'm just going to scan here. Any more questions from the commission to the administration? We're all done? Okay, if we are ready, then I will, Commissioner Sontag, you the mover, would you like to close the debate? Anything else to say? You good? Thank you very much. Clerk, can you call the vote, please?
Turn on my own microphone. Through you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Sontag.
In favor.
Okay. Commissioner Adams.
Opposed.
Commissioner Aston.
Opposed.
Commissioner Gayser.
In favor.
Commissioner Hopkins.
In favor.
Commissioner Wilson.
In favor.
Councillor Nelson.
Opposed.
And Mr. Chair.
In favor.
The motion is carried 5-3.
Okay, thank you. This recommendation will go to council. Thank you very much. Very good debate. It's just 1 second. Give me a couple seconds. Okay, we have a mandatory break at 7:15. So what we're going to do is we're going to carry on. We're going to go to the next report, and we'll start hearing the delegations, and then we have to break. And unfortunately, you're visiting with us a little longer. Okay, what do we have here? We got Popa Kantunakis. If you come to the delegation table, please, you'll have 5 minutes for your presentation, after which you have to answer the question. But first, introduce yourself for the record, who you represent, and where you live, and you'll have 5 minutes, and go ahead. I'll give you a microphone. You're not on the end there? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Poppy Katranakis, and I'm speaking on behalf of my family who strongly oppose this proposal. Our home is located directly beside 4129 Queen Street, or Lot 22 in the proposal. This development will directly impact our home of 45 plus years. If approved, the 3 buildings will immediately compromise our privacy, completely obstruct our view, and negatively impact our property value. Living beside 18 rental units with an average of 2 to 4 people per unit will negatively impact our sense of security, increase our anxiety, fear, and discomfort living beside an influx of transient residents who can look directly into our backyard and make us more susceptible to a potential increased risk of property damage, break-ins, and other crime. We will be exposed to a significant increase in noise levels, overcrowding, and disruption that will negatively affect our quality of life. Commercial-sized waste management containers placed against our backyard fence, parking spots for at least 18 vehicles adjacent to our backyard and in front of our home, and a substantial increase in traffic and congestion surrounding our home. This is a quiet, mature, and safe neighborhood. It was designed to consist of single-family detached homes. Its desirability is reflected in the longevity of its residents who maintain homes that are highly sought after. These buildings do not belong in this area. They will stand out like a sore thumb and will not blend in well. Please strongly consider the following significant concerns and impacts that would result from this proposal. Multifamily buildings will directly affect and negatively impact our property values. Feedback gathered from realtors has validated this concern that potential buyers will definitely think twice and likely not even consider buying if there is a revenue property right next door and even down the block. With the possibility of transient people coming in, the rise in break-ins and other crimes could go up, which is of significant concern. Our property taxes are quite substantial and continue to increase. The benefits and advantages attained through these increased amounts should not be easily transferable and applied to multifamily rental properties. The waste management bins will not only introduce an unpleasant and constant odor and litter, but will also make our area more vulnerable for rummaging, potential dumpster fires, and illegal dumping of oversized items. Since the expansion of Queen Street to Parliament Avenue, we are already experiencing a significant increase in traffic, which will only get worse. Approval would set a precedence for future rezoning and development of similar buildings in the area. And increased pressure and strain on existing resources and infrastructure should be reviewed prior to any development occurring. Housing needs prioritized by the city can be met in other like-for-like areas that are already zoned and designated and that can support and are more suitable for this type of housing. For example, the corner lot located on the corner of Parliament Avenue and Robinson Street. Continued development in Harbour Landing. Wascana View was an area suggested by realtors as an area of focus, and available lots in the downtown area to support its revitalization. Developers should not be encouraged and permitted to build on any available lot that yields the greatest profit without considering the disruption and negative effects on established neighborhoods. Communication of this proposal was very limited. Only 39 addresses received the information directly from the city. The posted signage in the area is continually knocked down. I personally distributed information to residents on multiple occasions. A petition opposing this proposal was signed by 95 concerned residents and submitted for consideration electronically on June the 20th. And yet, this was not noted in the agenda packet summary. I do wonder why. But for reference, I have a hand-delivered copy right here. But what was included was the large number of comments received, echoing this overwhelming opposition. Please consider the wide range of detrimental effects that this proposal will have on us and this neighborhood, and do not compromise the welfare of the residents. As taxpayers, this committee and council have a responsibility to represent our interests, not just developers and government directives. Our concerns and investments should be supported and valued and not be disregarded. It is unfortunate, disappointing, and unacceptable that such development proposals are encouraged encouraged and supported, only to retain federal funding, all at the cost of its residents. The zoning should remain R1 residential detached zone, and these 2 lots should be sold individually at a fair market value. Please think and consider this on a personal level. Will developments of this kind be welcomed in your neighborhoods, next to your homes? And if you are unhappy with them, where can you go where you know it won't be happening to you again and again? Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much. You're good. Under 5. Okay. Any, oh, we got a question for you. Just 1 second. Okay, Councilor Nelson, go ahead.
Thank you for being here. I just want to let you know, I live in, I'm a counselor in Ward 7. We had a 29-unit complex put up for second stage housing with no consultation from the community whatsoever. So I'm bitter. Ward 7 is bitter. And I understand what you're going through, and I promised I wouldn't do this to anybody else if I could ever have a voice as a counselor, but us, like I said, we were never consulted, we were never asked about this. It was just put in there and that was all there was to it. I live up in this area actually, where you're talking about, and understand the area, and I understand the dynamics of that area. And I know what I'm asking from you, and what I know as a counselor and what I know as a person that would buy a property. When you're buying in that area with the intent that that's what that area is going to be, your understanding, the people that you spoke to, obviously you did more engagement than we did, what was their biggest complaints? And was it the height? Was it the, I'm not sure.
It's the height, it was the amount of units.
Yeah.
It was the decrease in property values. It was the just nature of the entire building. The 3 buildings, sorry. It's not just
It's
1, it's
3, yeah.
3
Yeah.
in a small space. It was the, well, it's residential now, and it was never available to be purchased. Never open to, you know, allow people to build 2 new homes on there,
Right.
which we would be open to. But there was a lot of opposition. This does not belong in our neighborhood. And I'm sure you can see that, right next door.
Well, like I said, we always say, well, it's not in our neighborhood, and
Sure.
there's always the pushback of that. And my thing is we'll go downtown because that's where we need density, that's where we need, and I understand. So the big pushback was 3 units, the height, and the traffic. Is that?
I think, like I said, there's multiple reasons that I documented in my comments, but there was traffic, there was, yeah, the number of units, the location, the height,
So
the
that-
property values.
Okay, so that area has been up for sale for a long time, or those lots have been? Do you know? I don't know, so I'm asking if
These
you
lots
deal
have
through the chair.
been in a yo-yoing kind of state for a while.
Okay.
They were residential, then they were commercial, then they were supposed to be a care home, and then now they're open and they're wanting to be rezoned again. So for a long time, they were considered commercial.
Okay.
The last little while.
And then they got changed to multifamily with the
I think
the
that's
care
what the
home?
intent is
that-
now, yes.
I'll ask administration, sorry, I just thought
Yeah.
maybe you knew at the top of your head. Thank you for coming here, that's all the questions I have, I just wanted some clarity, thank you very much.
Okay, anyone else? Question of the delegation? It looked like you've answered well. Return back to the gallery and.
And can I submit this?
You can maybe give it to Madam Clerk here. So I will apologize, we have a mandatory break. It's the law, I guess, to throw it at us. So we will be, maybe what, 20 minutes? 20 minutes and we will return. So we'll be back at 7:35, correct? Okay, we all set, so I'd like to call the meeting back to order. Thank you very much for your patience. So, I would like to call upon Delegation Paul Vogelsang. Come up to the delegation table. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you represent, if any, what city you preside in, presumably Regina. You'll have 5 minutes for your presentation. Afterwards, there may be questions from the commission. Go. Hang on, I'll give you first, I gotta give you a microphone. There you go.
Thanks. My name is Paul Vogelsang, and just for reference, I reside at 4129 Princess Street. I'm gonna have to speak a little fast, so I apologize. For reference, my house faces west. I'm directly behind this proposed development. I grew up in Regina. I work as a registered geologist here in the city. I have some very specific concerns about the development, and while I agree with many of the grievances brought forward previously, a lot of those grievances were brought up upon the city's request, and they received the feedback. And regarding the proposed development, really none of that feedback has been considered or incorporated. So I don't believe that my redundancy in that matter will have much effect. So rather, I would like to discuss 3 things. Number 1, I believe this is unethical profiteering taking place by the property seller. 2, the denial or required alteration of historical construction in this specific block under the guise of flight path restrictions, and how this development is a dangerous precedent for artificially inflated property values while taking advantage of the Housing Accelerator Fund and neighborhoods. So number 1, the selling price for most vacant lots in the area sits slightly above $200,000, and these specific lots are at $97,500 and $104,100 respectively, according to the City of Regina. The asking price for these 2 lots is $800,000. It's apparent to me that the valuation of these properties was done under the presumption that the zoning would change and allow this gross overdevelopment to take place. Or else why would a vacant lot be sold at a higher value than most bungalows that exist currently in that neighborhood? The definition of profiteering is to seek unfair or excessive profits, especially in times of emergency, and in this case that's a housing crisis. In my view, the rezoning is enabling the unethical profiteering to take place by the seller, and it sets a dangerous precedent for inflated valuation of empty property above that of properties that have been developed in these neighborhoods for 60 plus years. I'm not going to name the seller because I respect his privacy, privacy being one of the concerns that we brought forward and voiced and has been generally roundly ignored. As most here know, number 2, previous applications to build bigger or build at all in this area have been historically denied, specifically High Poppy, by the City of Regina due to flight path concerns, and these decisions have stunted homeowners' potential equity over time in this area. And while these decisions were not made by current administrative staff, current administrative staff and the city have to be held to account for the decisions of past, especially considering that we have been speaking to equity for most of today. This double standard is completely unacceptable because not only has the equity potential for homeowners been stunted by the city's decisions, the city is now enabling equity building by developers right in the face of those homeowners. Not only that, but it actively reduces property values despite having data or not having data for or against. I'm sure we all realize that people proximal right there are going to have some effects in terms of property values. And that's happening while artificially inflating the values of those empty lots. A valuation that is predicated on the assumption that the city will simply rezone, and to everybody here that's very insulting, and I find that frankly quite unethical. I would encourage property owners that have historically been denied development due to flight path restrictions to seek legal action against the city if this development can proceed. Thirdly, if this precedent is allowed to be set, one that sets a market value at $400,000, roughly, give or take here and there, per undeveloped lot, knowing that the city can just simply rezone it, then what prevents this behavior from being duplicated on any other lot within the city? What stops me or my neighbors from bringing an excavator, leveling a $300,000 bungalow on the street and revaluing that empty lot at $400,000 if that precedent has already been set? And if it is set for one who is allowed to profiteer in the time of a housing shortage, then everyone should be able to. Now, I'm a registered professional in Saskatchewan. I'm bound to ethical standards, and that's what would stop me. So I find it very unfortunate that the city, in this case, has the potential to enable that unethical behavior by others. Now, lastly, the Housing Accelerator Fund is attempting to provide more housing across the board in every area. This proposed development shows a big flaw in the program that's, I find, ripe for exploitation. And in return for $35 million, the City of Regina is allowing, in this case, private equity and real estate investors to inflate their own value on the backs of renters and current established neighborhoods. This proposal goes above and beyond what is asked of the Housing Accelerator Fund. These lots should be developed. And we know now that we can put fourplexes on each lot, so it's paramount that the development is held to that at most. And I would also be curious to know how specifically would that $35 million be spent, considering it was given to the city based on the concessions of property owners being forced to make. Will this development, essentially dollar for dollar, how will that money be spent to benefit this neighborhood, given that we are being forced into concessions that roundly we don't agree with? I call on this committee, and I'll later call on council, to be rational about these developments. 3-story tall buildings surrounding small bungalows is wildly excessive. While other developments have listened to concerns from surrounding neighborhoods and had to make concessions, I'm exceptionally disappointed that we were not listened to or considered really in this matter. And inversely, I find we were roundly ignored, and that is apparent by the 2% of respondents that were supportive of this development. One. Furthermore, and this is anecdotally, I have yet to speak to a single person within this neighborhood or outside which views a development of this scale to be reasonable or acceptable. So thank you, committee, for hearing my long-winded, but the main point is valuation, and this is a very dangerous precedent. So thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation. Any members of the commission questions for the delegation? Councillor Nelson, go ahead.
Thank you, Councillor Pandura. Since you know more about this property than obviously I do, and I'll be looking into it more for council, valuation of the property, how do you know what the valuation of the property was before, through the chair?
It's still available online on the City of Regina's website, just what the assessed property value is.
Oh, that's okay.
And then just listing price was $800,000 for the two combined. And in my mind, that valuation forces what kind of development can take place, because nobody in their right mind is going to look at that kind of evaluation and say, I'm going to buy something I can own myself, because that market has been set too high. It sets the bar far too high for any reasonable person to be able to enter that market themselves. The only people that can enter that market in that case are real estate investors, private equity investors, That takes advantage directly of us, considering our equity is being stunted, and historically in this area has been stunted by the flight path.
Yeah, and that's what, I was just wondering if this was up for, was this ever up for sale before or anything like that, or you're just getting this off of the assessment value at the city of Regina? That's all I was wondering. Is that true?
Yes, I have no knowledge of any attempted sales prior
Okay.
to this one yet.
Thank you, that's what I wanted to know. I wasn't sure if there was before. So, thank you, that's all I have, Councillor Pandura.
Okay, thank you. I can't see who's online. Anybody wants? No? Okay, any further questions for the delegation? No, I don't see any. Thank you very much for presenting. You may return to the gallery. I know the previous chair had a note down here that Mr. Joe Lewis wants to speak, but if you don't want to speak, to say no, or if you want to speak.
I didn't come prepared, but I can say a few words if you like.
If you want to, you can come up. You can come on. Okay, please introduce yourself for the record, who you represent and where you live. You'll have 5 minutes if you like.
My name is Joe Lewis. I am part owner of the next property, 4121 Queen Street, and that is a care home for 10 residents. Now, in 2013, when city tendered those lots for sale as a residential lots, I went to the city manager and I spoke to him. What is my position if I want to build a care home? And he said, you can go permitted, 10-bed care home is permitted use. Anything more is not possible. So I said, okay, so I can have a 10-bed care home? He said, yes, that you can have it. So then I tendered a bid and I got the lot. And there was a stipulation when the lots were sold that construction should begin within 2 years. And we did our portion, but the other 2 lots, the guy who bought them did not build within 2 years. They have not built even now. It's still lying vacant. 2013 it was sold. 14, 15, when that stipulation was not met, the city should have taken action on those lots, either to repose them or repossess them or whatever it is. But they didn't do anything. City did not do anything. So naturally, they still own the lots. Okay, that's one consideration. Number 2, after having a lot of discussion with the property manager that time, we did many other discussions, but they're not very relevant here. But everything we proposed, the city said, not possible. So we left it there. Now, after buying the lots, we went to build the building. It's only a 10-bed care home. It's only single level. Initially, our objective was to build one level to the ground level so that the seniors can't climb up the stairs. But when the contractor started building the building, the water level was so high that he could not put the piles. The piles cannot be put. I saw with my own eyes, he came with pumps in the winter time to pump the water from the property so that he could put the piles, and he could not do it. And finally he said, we'll have to raise the building up in order to get the piles in. So instead of my building being at the ground level, it is 5 foot above the ground. And that is not a very good thing for seniors. Now, if you're going to build another building, high-rise building, what kind of piles you're going to put on that building? We could not put the piles, and our building went higher up. Now, if you're proposing 6-unit building, 3-story building, I mean, you need even stronger piles, even deeper piles. I don't know how it's going to be happening, but that's not my job. That's the builder's job. But when I built it, we faced that problem. And I'm still today living with that problem. being 5 foot above the ground, the building. If anybody drive by, you can see it, you know. And it's a one-story building. Yeah. So that's all I have to say. And I'm rather confused and mesmerized about this development. And I have, I have no answers.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lewis. I'll see if anyone, thank you for presenting. Any commission members have questions for delegation? Thank you. You may return back to the gallery. Thank you. Okay, I'd like to call upon delegation Tom Isted. You correct me if I said the last name wrong. Please introduce yourself for the record. Who you represent, where you live. You'll have 5 minutes for presentation. Afterwards, Commissioner will have questions for you.
Tom Isted. I'm with Wave Developments. Good evening, members of the Planning Commission. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. I'm a Regina local with a vision and passion for conscientious infill development and sustainable construction. I believe in putting sustainable construction architecture in the community first. The project we are discussing here today is a sustainable build that is design focused to integrate with the existing character and context of the neighborhood. It fully aligns with the city's strategic goals and is an overall much needed positive addition to our city's housing targets. Diverse and inclusive communities are key objectives to the city as set forth in the city's strategic priorities, community safety and well-being. These objectives are intended to foster a city that is inclusive, vibrant, resilient, and sustainable. This supports quality of life, positions the city as an attractive home for new and existing residents. The proposed development supports these objectives as housing options and diversity is foundational for supporting inclusive, vibrant, and resilient neighborhoods. The subject property is within proximity to commercial amenities on Parliament Avenue, Gordon Road, and would benefit from the highly utilized Transit Route 18 with direct service to the university, a 10-minute walk to Route 40, South Elder Express, and other local routes. The community has limited options for those wishing to downsize and stay within their neighborhood, as well as for new residents eager to join this vibrant community. This is an opportunity for young professionals, small families, and the elderly to join or remain in the community who are looking for alternatives to home ownership and property maintenance. City administration and I have engaged the residents of the community through an open house where I was present to discuss the development and listen to the people of the neighborhood, both concerns and positive support. The comment submission period was extended and left open for 9 weeks, which is substantially longer than the standard period. I want to acknowledge the concerns raised by the community. We have taken your concerns and discussed them with engineers, architects, and planners to address them the best that we can. I recognize that the change is hard for some and also uncomfortable. However, I believe the change is inevitable, and with the right plan and management, we can best align that change with positive goals and outcomes. Of the residents who are opposed to the project, the largest number of concerns received are related to parking, increased traffic volume, massing, and community character. We have heard and listened to the residents in addressing their concerns, and we have provided on-site parking for all suites. This is above the required zoning bylaw amendment approved on January 31st, 2024, which eliminated minimum motor vehicle parking requirements. By designing the project to utilize 3 buildings as opposed to 4 with a small subdivision, as the current zoning would allow for, it enabled us to provide on-site parking for all 18 units. Traffic volume was investigated and found to be not of major concern as the property fronts Queen Street, which is built to minor collector standards and designed to handle up to 5,000 vehicles per day. The current volume is around 2,000 vehicles per day. A further traffic impact assessment was not required as the development will generate less than 100 vehicles per hour. We've agreed to limiting the height at 11 meters, which is to be achieved through the existing R1 zone. Further to possessing a height substantially less than what is allowable with RL, the subject property is in a relatively peripheral location adjacent to large open spaces. The proposed number of buildings, which is 3, and massing height of 10.8 meters, may be achieved through the existing R1 zone. Therefore, the proposed building massing was determined to be no more impactful than what may be developed under the existing R1 zone. Under the existing R1 zone, it would be possible to achieve 16 units, utilizing 4 buildings with a subdivision under the existing R1 zone. We've engaged architects to design buildings that best fit the neighborhood and provide a high-quality, sustainable construction with architectural context. By creating a design that reduces the buildings from 4 to 3, we can provide more landscaping, green space, and on-site parking. In addition to this, each building will have a barrier-free suite on the main floor. In closing, during this process, we extended the timeline for public engagement, held an in-person open house to ensure the community is heard, and we aligned the project with both the concerns and support of the neighborhood, but also with the sustainability, density goals, and housing initiative targets the city has put in place. We need to continue to support developments like this to stay dedicated to the goals and targets set forth by the city and ensure that the residents of Regina have a place to call home today and into the future. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. It's quick. Okay, I'll just check. Members of commission, question to the delegation? Okay, Mr. Adams, I believe you got your light on.
I appreciate the presentation. I just wanted to ask clarification. You said just if nothing happens right now, you said you could do 16 units right now, just with the way
Well, under
things
the
are.
R1 zone with an application for a subdivision of that land, which would not require council approval, I don't believe, or engagement of the community. It could be 4 units per lot, which would equal 16 units.
I understand. Thank you. That's what I was clarifying.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Adams. I don't see on the screen anybody? No? No one raising hands? Okay, any further questions for delegation? I see none. Thank you very much for presenting. You may return back to the gallery. Okay, we have communication on RPC 24-25. Can I have some motion to receive and file that following communication, RPC 2427, Vasily Kangels? Any opposed? Someone, who moves it? Anybody? Someone say something? Okay. Mr. Sontag, sure. Anyone opposed? We just doing a receive and file for communication. All right, I know it's late, I'm going to go home. You're not opposed? Okay, that is good. All right. Okay, now we will consider item RPC 24-27, zoning bylaw amendment, official community plan amendment and discretion use for 4125 and 4129 Queen Street. May I ask Mr. Sillinger, there you are, to introduce the report. Where are you at the end there? You got the hot chair. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the Planning Commission. This report before you is for an official community plan amendment, zoning bylaw amendment, and a discretionary use to accommodate new residential development at 4125 and 4129 Queen Street within the Albert Park neighborhood. The applicant is proposing 3 6-unit buildings for a total of 18 dwelling units on a vacant lot. The proposal includes 18 parking stalls at the rear of the building. Through the public notice procedure, several concerns from the public arose, including potential issues with traffic, parking, surrounding property values, community safety, and changes to the neighborhood's character. Following the public notice, administration held a public information session. While the Regina Airport Authority has raised concerns about intensifying residential in proximity to the airport, and specifically this property, the concern has been considered against other housing and neighborhood development priorities. One recommendation in this report is to apply an 11-meter height restriction through a height overlay zone to ensure the built form of the neighborhood remains consistent. We also recognize that the proposed development meets current policy. The development is deemed compatible with adjacent land uses. It conforms with the zoning bylaw and official community plan, specifically policies regarding supporting a mix of housing types in neighborhoods. Just to clarify, the proposed rezoning does not directly relate to the city's Housing Accelerator Fund initiatives. However, it largely relates to the underlying intent supported by policies to ensure housing needs are being met. Thank you, and administration is happy to answer any questions the commission may have.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Sillinger. So can I have someone move the report with the following amendment? The recommendation number 2.5 be amended to remove the words marked with a strike through text, which reads N8G4 and a bunch of things on it. Who's moving that? Mr. Sontag? Sure. All right. Okay, Mr. Sontag. Okay, any questions on the report to administration? I see already here. Okay, Councillor Nelson, it looks like you want to talk.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much. You talked about the airport raised concerns. Can you tell us what those concerns were and how those were addressed through the chair?
Yes, through the chair. So administration has been heavily engaged in a process with Regina Airport Authority, looking at land use and potential restrictions for land use in the vicinity of the airport as it kind of relates to their long-term expansion needs. And one thing that they have emphasized and have been quite public about is the potential impact of more people living within proximity to the airport and regulations that support that. And their underlying concern is that essentially more housing units within proximity within a noise impacted area may lead to more complaints for noise and nuisances, which may eventually translate into operation restrictions. So they're averse to that issue. And as for how it has been addressed, as I said, we have been engaged with the airport in this discussion. And one piece that we have sort of uncovered is that it will not be possible to restrict density to sort of pre-half levels within the proximity of the airport because it would not be consistent with the HAF agreement. That being said, what the proposal is actually intending for is really a minor increase to what is already approved by City Council through previous changes to the HAF. So what they're proposing here is 18 units, and under the HAF changes, what could potentially be accommodated on these lots, strictly speaking, is 12 units, 4 per unit, or up to 16 if a minor variance were approved. So that's kind of the synopsis of that concern.
Okay. All right. Now we had the delegate talk about the price, giving a little bit of history on these lots. I don't have the history. Can you maybe, do you understand? I don't understand why the property value is this much and it's being sold for this much. Can you explain that to me? I'm not sure what.
Through the chair, I can speak to part of that. I don't have information on the property value. That's really not a question that we can be concerned about through regulation or policy. So
Okay.
what the market will bear, the market will bear.
Yeah, okay, so
In terms of the history of the lots, I can tell you that they were previously owned by the city. This is all land that was owned by the city years ago through just historical reasons. And at such time that Queen Street and Parliament were extended, there were also some lots that were adjacent to that were sold to the market. I want to say that was back in 2010, I'm just guessing, something like that.
Okay.
It was zoned as R1 for single lot development, and subsequent to that, there was a contract zone approval to accommodate a care home, a 20-person care home, which required a contract zone approval at the time. That has lapsed. So the current zoning is R1, and the proposal in front of you is for RL to accommodate the multifamily development.
So it was rezoned for a developer to build a care home there years ago? And then that lapsed, it didn't get built, so then it went back to R1?
Through the chair, that's correct.
That's correct, okay, all right. You know what, that's all I have for now, sorry. Go ahead. That's fine.
Okay, Councilor Nelson, thank you. We've got, Mr. Aston, you go. You're next.
Thank you. Through the chair, a couple of quick questions here. I'm unable to look at the NEF contour. So is it the case that the extended runway scenario was used, which is the one in the OCP, most recent OCP amendments get late, I'm having trouble with these acronyms, but with the most recent OCP amendment that was done to do with the extended runway and the 25 NEF associated with that, through the chair?
Mr. Mario, is that you?
Through the chair, that's correct. It doesn't conflict with the current NEF policies.
That's the question, I guess, is the current one and then the extended runway, is that, are you considering those to be the same, I guess? That's my question, through the chair.
Yes, that's correct, yeah.
Okay, thanks. And then the use of a 11-meter height overlay zone, is that specifically because the RL zone would allow for higher zoning if not restricted by that height overlay?
Through the chair, that's correct. So the RL zone would allow for up to 15 meters, and we felt it was important to maintain something more in character with the developer's intent, which is a 3-story building, and which is also consistent with the height limits within the surrounding area. So essentially, the building forms could be accommodated within the R1 zone, although it wouldn't be possible to accommodate 6 units within each building.
What is the, through the chair, what is the height of the R1 zone, sorry?
Through the chair, that's 11 meters within this area.
R1 would be 11 meters?
Yes.
Okay. Interesting. Okay. Final comment. In the report, there are 2 instances where it says there are no height restrictions due to the airport on this property. That's not actually accurate. I would say it's not worded correctly. There are height restrictions. They just probably aren't impactful to this height of property proposed. Like an 11-meter building would not be restricted, but there are height restrictions. There's one, the very last comment of the report, and then there's one earlier one where it says there are no height restrictions. There are absolutely height restrictions on this property. So maybe just might be a little tweak, but I would suggest it needs to be revised. So.
Mario?
Through the chair, yeah. Point taken, yeah. There is another layer of jurisdiction that would overlay the city's regulations on top of this, but the intent was really to say that there are no additional impactful height restrictions that those regulations would impose on this property.
Nothing that would impact an 11-meter building. I think you're correct there. Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Austin. Who's got there? Okay. Commissioner Sonntag, is that you? Want to speak? Go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Through you, I think Councillor Nelson asked this question. I may not have understood the answer. So I just want clarification. The presentation that Mr. Lewis made regarding the 10-care bed, 10-bed care home, I said it the wrong way around. And now they can build, with minor tweaks, up to 16. So was that restriction to 10, is that because it was a care home? Or was it because, is the change now because of the changes in rezoning that have been made? So we're allowing up to 16 with minor tweaks now. Would he have been allowed to do 16 back then if he'd built a different design building?
Through the chair, just to clarify, in a care home, the previous regulations regulated by bed.
Okay.
So the previous zoning bylaw limited a care home to 10 beds per building. We're not talking about beds here, we're talking about units, and the current zoning bylaw allows for only 4 units, which is, a unit is defined as a typical unit with sleeping, cooking, and bathing facilities. So those are 2 different land use types.
Okay, thanks. That was my question.
Okay, Sonntag, thank you. Are there anyone else? Any further questions to the administration? If not, I have 1 or 2 maybe. No one else wants to speak? Okay, I will refer to the consultations or the meeting with the community, comments, feedback. Usually we always I look at, I noticed that there was a envelope full of signatures that wasn't added, and on the report speaks to 43 completely opposed, 3 accepted, different, 1 support. So the consultation as a delegation of the I guess the builder, the last delegation that was presented, that there was a consultation through the community. Was the city administration part of that consultation, or was that done just by the developer?
Through the chair, I can sort of summarize the consultation that we did through this application. So we did our typical standard process of notifying the community within the prescribed radius. We sent letters to property owners within the vicinity up to 75 meters and beyond. And we started getting quite a lot of negative feedback and a lot of comments and questions, and we decided to do additional consultation through the form of an open house, because we felt that there was more information to present that perhaps wasn't being understood, largely having to do with different trends that are informing sort of housing issues within the city, and also our response with some of the changes that have happened to the zoning bylaws. So we felt it was important to try to get that message out as best as we could to the community. So we organized that. The developer was present there and was able to answer questions to the community that attended that. And yeah, that's the summary.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'll just add that we are aware that there was additional consultation that members of the public did on their own, and we did receive a copy of, I believe, the same petition that was provided to the clerk today. And so we were aware of that, and I'm assuming that that was going to be one of your questions as well. Because the city isn't aware of what conversations took place during those meetings or what information was shared, we do take that into consideration, but it doesn't form part of our count in that Appendix B that that we provide to you.
Okay, so do we know, I mean, just for reference, do we know the number of, on that petition? I hear, is it 1,000, 800, you know?
Through the chair, I believe it was around 90. Around 90, I believe.
Oh, so it's 90, so I misunderstood. So 990.
Correct.
Okay. That's including the 43 that's here, or is it
There
plus?
could be duplicates, we don't know, we didn't.
Duplicate, yeah, okay. All right, and then one more question is that in some of the comments with the neighborhood, that to go for lower, like 4 units dwelling instead of such a large thing. When I look at the community speaks, right? And I think a lot of times I know that administration and city has a job to do, but I think as a council we need to hear that we represent the residents, the public, right? We need to understand that. We know the development one thing, but residents are there to voice their opinion. What is it? They're not saying no to something, but they're saying no to the 11 meters and the density that's there. I understand, and I think the comments were made, this is not part of the Housing Accelerator Fund. So that changes the perspective of discussion, is that it's too big. What I'm hearing from the delegations, it's too big, right? Just doesn't seem to fit the neighborhood. So this is just my comment. The question is, was that at the consultation, was that presented? Was that the administration heard it clearly that the residents are not opposing something, but they would like something different? Mr. Mario?
Through the chair, I would say, there's a lot of concerns, a lot of emotion at the meeting that we attended. And I think if I were to summarize, I would say that they wanted to see development, but they wanted it to be lower density, and like traditional low density in the form of 1 or 2 dwellings per lot. There was a lot of concern that we heard about the notion of allowing for 4 units per lot, and this was just on top of that. So there was just a lot of concern about the potential for this type of development in this location in general.
Okay, thank you. I'm good. And there was a talk of the, did we do a traffic, was there a traffic, I'm trying to see if there was a traffic study part of this report or?
Through the chair, no, it wasn't warranted. The intensity of the development didn't really meet our standards to require further analysis. So there's guidelines that our traffic engineers follow to determine whether or not it would be useful to assess the traffic impact on the street network.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, I think Commissioner Adams, I think you up. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah, just a couple of questions of clarity. I tried to ask this question, I'm not sure I understand quite right, but the notion that if the committee did nothing, that the developer in theory could build 16 units on these two lots, is that dependent on subdividing each lot and then applying the 4 units per lot? So you'd really be taking, you'd still have to apply to subdivide the 2 lots to make 4 lots, and then 4 per the 4 lots is 16, right? Is that correct?
Through the chair, that's correct, yeah. In a nutshell, the subdivision process is administrative, it's technical, so it can be approved.
Right, so it wouldn't require the committee or council's approval
Correct.
to do that, because city administration could subdivide the 2 properties on its own, right? Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, yeah, that's helpful, thank you. And then also, could you please just remind me, what is the height in the existing residential low-rise zone? What's the maximum height you can build there?
Through the chair, are you speaking of the RL zone or the surrounding community?
The existing, like the existing zone, what was the maximum height?
Sure, yeah, the
before?
maximum height of the R1 zone is 11 meters.
Right, so there's really no change because the height is under 11 meters. I think you said it was 10.8 or something like that. But
Through the chair,
so
yes.
right now, there really is no requirement to rezone it for height because you can already build up to 11 meters.
Through the chair, that's correct. The rezoning really allows for the number of units per dwelling per lot.
Right.
So it's needed to suit this particular configuration.
Right, and again, and I know this is somewhat redundant, particularly given our conversation earlier tonight, but if the decision to allow 4 lots per unit has already been made, then why are we considering, why is commission needed to do this at all? I don't understand why is it because you do need to rezone it, or you do need to make changes? I'm getting confused between what's done and what's not done. Do you understand where I'm going?
Through the chair, I guess if you looked at the subject property in terms of what you can achieve today, in terms of the number of units, then yeah, it's really only a factor of 2. But what the developer has proposed is a particular configuration with 3 buildings with 6 units. You can't do that in the R1 zone right now. It needs to be rezoned for that reason and that reason alone.
So in theory, we would allow 4 on the 2 lots, but we won't allow 3.
I'm sorry, I missed the question.
It's my understanding that the developer could come to city administration, they own the 2 lots, they could ask you to subdivide them, and they could build 4 buildings with no requirement for the committee to intervene or council to intervene. But they've come and said, we're going to build 3 buildings, so it's less, and it's actually under the 11 meters, but we need to make a decision. So why, what's going on there?
Well, through the chair, it's the configuration of the buildings. The application is for 3 buildings with 6 units. That's the developer's proposal. That's what they have invested in. That's what they want to achieve. And there is a factor of a couple different, a few more units, 2 more units to be exact.
Right, so it's not really true that they could just build 4 units. They couldn't really just build 16 units without some intervention. The city has to do something. It's not, the current policy as it exists would not allow for 16 units, period. Is that true?
Through the chair, it would be possible through a minor variance application and a subdivision application, which can be processed administratively to get 4 units, or pardon me, 4 lots, each with 4 units on each lot. That's-
Okay, I understand. Thank you. That's very helpful. Just one last question. It may not be possible, I was trying to refer back to my notes, but the Douglas Park development of 5 stories, can you remember the meter height of that one? I seem to recall 18 meters, but I don't know whether that's...
That's correct. Yes.
So this is quite a bit shorter than the one that was approved at Douglas Park. Thank you.
Ms. Dawson, I know you had your hand up. Did you have any comments? I'll give you a microphone. You did.
No, I didn't have any additional comments. I was just going to clarify that it's the design that the developer has chosen, which has brought us here today. Had the design been 4 units within each building, we would not be here today, but because they chose 6 in each building, it requires rezoning.
Yeah, unfortunately, we can't from the delegation, from the audience. Anyone else, anyone from the commission to questions to the delegation, to the administration? No one on time? Are we ready to vote? We ready to vote? Okay, clerk, call the vote, please.
Okay, through you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Sontag,
In favor.
Commissioner Adams,
In favor.
Commissioner Gayser,
In favor.
Commissioner Aston,
In favor.
Commissioner Hopkins,
In favor.
Commissioner Wilson,
In favor.
Councillor Nelson,
Opposed.
and Mr. Chair.
I opposed.
Okay. The motion is carried 6-2.
Okay, thank you. Can I get someone to call adjournment? Okay, sir, thank you very much. Any opposed to that? No? Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. That's the latest we've stayed. Well, we're late.